Finally, Dad's passed away. What a relief. He was a stubborn old man with money, but he was nothing but a nuisance. On the day of the funeral, Alex's expression was more of a smirk than sadness. "How can you say that?" he scoffed. "You had debts that Dad took care of." "Shut up. He wouldn't die and kept racking up hospital bills. Now I can finally use his money as I see fit." "How dare you? You've been living off Dad all this time." "Say what you want. You're on your own now. You're useless. Just leave." "Brother-in-law, how could you?" William chimed in, scolding Alex. Meanwhile, their sister-in-law, who was also present, laughed dismissively and said, "Marriage doesn't make you family. I'm sure even your father-in-law wouldn't want outsiders here. You should leave right away." Her words shattered something inside me. To insult my father and deny our bond, these people are truly vile. There was no point in arguing further. The last thing I wanted was to disrupt my father's funeral. I fought to keep my anger in check and resigned myself to the situation. I could barely manage to say a few words before I chose to bid my final farewell to my father and leave. I promised myself never to associate with these people again. "My name is Lily. I work as a nurse at a children's hospital. I married William, a radiologic technologist I met through work a few years ago. Our on-call schedules make it difficult to find time for just the two of us, but we treasure the moments we do have together." William's role is crucial. Imaging plays a vital part in diagnosing and treating patients. He handles numerous imaging tasks daily, always on the lookout for even the smallest abnormalities, which adds significant pressure to his job. Despite the demands of his work, I deeply respect William for his dedication. He often tells me how much he admires my commitment to communicating with patients and their families, even with my hectic schedule. Once upon a time, I could hardly imagine that I would become a source of help for others or that such joyful days would ever be in my future. My father worked for a major trading company and was often stationed abroad, leaving my mother, Alex, and me to manage on our own. In that environment, my mother and Alex treated me more like a servant than a family member. "Didn't I tell you to clean this up? You're so useless." "Hey Lily, get me some juice. You've got a minute." This harsh treatment and constant demands were a regular part of my life. My mother, who was devoted to Alex, made me feel like nothing more than a bother. Seeing her behavior, Alex grew up to adopt the same domineering attitude towards me. As a child, I did everything I could to meet their expectations, but despite my efforts, both my mother and Alex continued to belittle me, even when my father returned from his overseas assignments. By the time I was in high school, their attitudes hadn't changed. Although my father tried to defend me, my mother and Alex blamed him for everything. "I raised these two all on my own while you were away," my mother would say. "You didn't lift a finger to help, and now you're back and trying to play the role of dad? We've managed just fine without you. Don't come in here acting all high and mighty." Despite my father's attempts to argue with them, no resolution was reached. Eventually, their anger shifted from him to me. Watching this, my father felt powerless to confront my mother and Alex, fearing it would only make things worse for me. Despite his presence, he was filled with regret for not being able to change their attitudes and tearfully apologized to me. "I'm sorry, but just having my father there saved me from being treated like I was useless and a nuisance by my mother and Alex. I felt as though I were lost in a dark tunnel, unsure of my own worth." Then my father told me, "Lily, you're not useless. You're not a nuisance. You're part of our family, and you're a good person who belongs here." Those words were enough to keep my spirits up, even when my mother and Alex continued to belittle and order me around. Knowing that my father was there to support me kept my heart from darkening. When it came time for me to graduate high school, my mother insisted that I start working immediately, forbidding me from attending college. Meanwhile, Alex, who barely studied, was allowed to go to a private university and waste his time. Despite this, my father refused to stay silent. He asked me what I wanted for my future and assured me that I could make my own choices. His support gave me hope and a sense of direction for my own path. After years of being at the beck and call of my mother and Alex, I had never really considered my own future. But now, I began to seriously think about what I wanted to do with my life. I knew I wanted a career where I could genuinely help people, so I decided to become a nurse. When I shared my aspiration, my father quietly took action behind the scenes. He arranged for me to attend nursing school, covering the entrance fees and finding me a place to stay, all without my mother or Alex finding out. Thanks to his efforts, I was able to enroll in nursing school without any obstacles. Since then, I only returned home when my mother passed away. Throughout nursing school and beyond, I stayed in touch with my father. When I landed my first job, passed my national exams, started dating William, and eventually decided to get married, my father was overjoyed. He celebrated these milestones as if they were his own achievements. Meanwhile, I worried about him being alone at home, but he always reassured me, saying, "I'm fine," and dismissed any concerns I raised. My father, who had always been stoic and never showed signs of weakness, mentioned during a phone call that he was feeling some discomfort in his midsection. Although he downplayed it as just a minor pain, I had a feeling he was underestimating the issue. I suggested he visit the hospital for a checkup. A few days later, he called to say that his endoscopy had shown no issues. I felt a sense of relief, but my husband, William, was not entirely convinced. He pointed out that an endoscopy might not detect all problems and recommended a cancer screening as a precaution. I passed on William's suggestion to my father and urged him to follow through. The results of the cancer screening were a devastating blow. My father had pancreatic cancer. Although the diagnosis was shocking, we were relieved to learn that the cancer was still at a stage where it could potentially be removed through surgery. My father was soon admitted for the operation. The news initially cast me into a dark place, but fortunately, the surgery was successful. When William and I visited him in the hospital, despite his evident fatigue, he greeted us with a warm smile. Just as I began to feel a bit of relief seeing my father looking better than expected, the door to his room flew open. Alex and a woman entered abruptly. Alex gave us a brief, dismissive glance before striding into the room with little regard for our presence. "Get out," he said, gesturing toward the door as if we were obstructing him. The woman with him, whom I quickly recognized as Grace, Alex's new wife, was also signaling for us to leave. From what my father had told me about Alex's marriage, I knew this had to be his wife. "Can't you wait a moment? We just got here," I protested, but Alex merely smirked at me, his expression dripping with disdain. "As if talking to Dad will make any difference." "I understand, but I've hardly had a chance to speak with him," I replied, trying to keep my voice calm. "Brother-in-law, please give us a bit more time," my husband pleaded with Alex. But Alex shot back bluntly. "So you're the one who married Lily, huh? I don't care if you're a radiology tech or whatever. Without doctors, nurses, and techs, none of you matter. So don't get all high and mighty." He smirked with a self-satisfied sneer. And before we could even rise from our seats, he turned to our father and began speaking with startling disregard. "Dad, I've gotten myself into debt again. I need your help." "What?" I gasped in shock at Alex's words. Instead of showing any concern for our father's condition, he was suddenly talking about money and suggesting that our father had previously covered his debts. "Alex, you need to take responsibility for your own debts. Do you even grasp what Dad is going through right now?" "Shut up. I'm making Dad pay for his past mistakes. He neglected us when we were kids. He can't just buy forgiveness with money." "What?" I was stunned by Alex's despicable behavior. His words left me speechless, and I knew I had to intervene. I was the only one who could stop him. As I struggled to find the right words to respond, my sister-in-law, standing next to Alex, shot me a puzzled look. "Don't act so superior just because you're married. You're in the way, so just go home." I couldn't hold back any longer and snapped at my sister-in-law's words. "That's enough," I shouted, forgetting that we were in a hospital room. "Lily, stop," William quickly intervened, and I was momentarily taken aback. My father then quietly said, "Lily, you should go home for today," offering us a weak smile. "Thank you for coming. You can visit again another day." At my father's words, Alex and his wife looked smug and victorious. I felt a gnawing unease about leaving my father alone with them. Despite feeling guilty for my outbursts in the hospital room, I knew I couldn't continue the argument and reluctantly left. Over the next few days, I anxiously worried about my father and the tension between him and Alex. Then one day, my father developed complications. The shock of his deteriorating condition was immense. His physical and mental strength waned as he struggled to eat properly, and despite the attending physician's best efforts, he passed away a few weeks later. The grief was overwhelming, but I had no time to dwell on it. Alex and his wife were entirely unhelpful, so William and I had to handle all the funeral arrangements ourselves. On the day of the funeral, as I greeted the attendees and waited for the service to begin, Alex displayed an appalling lack of respect for the occasion. He grinned broadly and said, "I'm so relieved Dad is finally gone. He was so stubborn and only cared about money. What a nuisance." "What?" I was stunned. "Dad took on your debts and you're still speaking ill of him." "Shut up," Alex snapped. "His medical bills were overwhelming, and now I can finally access his money as I see fit." "How can you be so callous?" I demanded. "After everything Dad did for you, you still criticize him. Say what you want, but no one's on your side anymore. Just get lost." I couldn't believe my own brother-in-law's behavior. Even as William stood up for me, our sister-in-law smirked and waved us away. Being married into the family doesn't make you a real part of it. I'm sure even your father-in-law wouldn't want outsiders hanging around. Just go home. Her words were a breaking point for me. To disrespect my father and dismiss my connection to this family was beyond contempt. I knew arguing would only mar Dad's funeral, so I swallowed my rage. "Fine," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. I forced myself to leave, unable to give my final farewell to Dad. I vowed never to deal with these people again. However, the next day, my phone was bombarded with calls from Alex and his wife. I had a strong suspicion about what they wanted, but I chose to ignore them. I figured if I kept avoiding them, they would eventually give up. But Alex proved me wrong. He hired a detective to track me down and showed up at my apartment. "Why aren't you answering your phone?" he demanded as soon as he saw me. "We've been trying to reach you for ages. Come out here. Do you have any idea how much trouble we went through to find you?" As soon as they saw me, they began venting their frustration, bombarding me with their grievances before I could even respond. "Is that lawyer telling the truth? That all of Dad's inheritance goes to you? That can't be right, can it? We're siblings, so the inheritance should be divided equally. Besides, you're the younger one, so you should get less." When I didn't respond, Alex's anger flared. "Say something." It was ironic that they were the ones cutting me off when they hadn't given me a chance to speak. What the lawyer said is true. I was just as shocked when I found out. "No way. So you're saying you get all of that $10 million? I'm not going to accept that." "Whether you accept it or not doesn't change anything, Alex. The decision has already been made. You think you can talk back to me? You've always been useless and you couldn't even help Dad when he needed you. You should just do as I say from now on." Alex was determined to get his hands on the inheritance, refusing to face the reality of the situation. But his efforts were in vain. Our father had explicitly excluded Alex from the list of heirs, and no amount of resistance would change that. "No way. That's a lie, Alex. You made Dad cover your gambling debts under the guise of atonement. On top of that, you used Dad's stockholder benefits without permission and sold his belongings." Dad had taken steps to ensure Alex couldn't inherit his property, citing various incidents involving Alex and my sister-in-law as reasons. "What you've done is more than enough to forfeit any claim to the inheritance. Take what's yours and leave. Don't ever come near me again." As Alex and his wife listened, their angry shouts subsided and their faces turned ashen with realization. Leaving them to grapple with their new reality, I started to head back to my room. My sister-in-law's voice, strained and desperate, cut through the silence. "Wait, please, share the inheritance with us." Even now, my sister-in-law was pleading for a share of the inheritance. When I gave her a cold look, she started to babble frantically. "We didn't even need to be asked. We assumed we'd get Dad's inheritance, so we bought a condominium in the Highlands. We borrowed money from a risky lender, thinking we could pay it back quickly. If we don't settle it soon, the interest will be unbearable. Please share some of the inheritance with us." It turned out that Alex and his wife had not only purchased the condominium but had also indulged in a lavish lifestyle after Dad's passing, gambling more than usual and splurging on designer clothes. "That's not my problem," I replied flatly. Alex, clearly in panic, shouted, "You've always followed my orders before. You should just do as I say now." "When did this happen?" I snapped back at Alex. "I've built a life where I'm respected and contribute to society. I'm not the person I was back then. Don't think you can manipulate me forever." As my voice rose to match his, Alex collapsed to his knees and clung to me, sobbing. "Alex is asking for family support. You should help him," my sister-in-law chimed in, raising her voice as well. I retorted sharply, "You called me a stranger, insulted Dad, and dismissed our relationship. I have no obligation to help you anymore." "What? How dare you?" she fumed. "If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Are you okay with that?" At the mention of the word police, Alex and his wife bolted as if in panic. At the memorial service that followed, I encountered relatives who were still fuming over Alex's behavior. They recounted how Alex and his wife had botched Dad's funeral with their disorganized speeches and lack of decorum, leaving everyone in shock. After a lawyer informed Alex he had no claim to the inheritance, he had tried to track me down through our relatives. When they refused to reveal my whereabouts, he resorted to hiring a detective. When that failed, Alex ended up begging relatives for money, but they turned him down flatly. With no other options, Alex and his wife had to flee with nothing but the clothes on their backs to escape their creditors. Months later, it seems they're still caught in a cycle of evasion, perpetually on the run from their debtors. I can only imagine how weary his wife must be of this life, but she likely can't leave him and they must be constantly at odds. Meanwhile, William and I, unable to attend my father's funeral, make a point of visiting his grave once a month. Thanks to my father's support, I've become a nurse and found the love of my life through my career. I intend to honor his memory every day by giving my best in all that I do.
Today, the restaurant was closed for a private event. A consulting company was celebrating its 10th anniversary. Loud music played, and employees finally had the chance to relax and enjoy themselves at the company's expense. Many brought their spouses, but some took the opportunity to take a break from their significant others. "I never go anywhere with my Madeline," a slightly inebriated man said, swaying a bit. "My wife is only good for scrubbing my mother's floors." He laughed loudly. "That's right, Keith," a colleague agreed. "That's what women are for, to do the housework. And your wife doesn't complain that you're here alone?" "She wouldn't dare," Keith said confidently. "Madeline is under my thumb." He held out his hand and made a fist. "As the head of the family, I decide who gets to relax and who has to work." The ladies standing nearby exchanged meaningful glances, pursing their lips in disapproval. Keith had been disparaging his wife all evening, who was at home and couldn't defend herself. Some found it repulsive, but there were also those who supported his views. A small group of similarly intoxicated colleagues gathered around the tipsy accountant, listening to him with interest. Keith felt on top of the world. Usually taciturn and working alone, he was enjoying the unusual attention tonight, which flattered him immensely. He kept eyeing the elegantly dressed young women, wondering with whom he could have a good time. Keith didn't have a mistress yet, but he wouldn't mind having one, seeing nothing wrong with it. "What the hell?" he exclaimed loudly, seeing another incoming call from his wife. "I asked her not to bother me. Is it so difficult to understand that I'm relaxing?" It was already past midnight, and Madeline, who was indeed with her mother-in-law, began to worry seriously. Keith had said he would be back by 11 at the latest, but he had been gone for a long time, and she couldn't fall asleep because of it. Fortunately, her mother-in-law was already asleep. Otherwise, she would have been worried too. Mrs. Rose was seriously ill, so her daughter-in-law had to take care of the household and the sick woman. Keith was in no hurry to help, arguing that he was already exhausted from work. "Please answer the phone," Madeline said to herself, having waited for him for several hours. She had lost count of how many times she had called, and, in frustration, threw the phone on the table. It landed next to the report she had prepared for her husband. Madeline was an economist by education, an excellent one. Even during her student years, many professors predicted a successful future and rapid career advancement for her. However, she chose love. When his mother fell ill, Keith asked his wife to quit her job and to take care of her. Madeline agreed because she loved her husband very much and was attached to his mother. Sometimes she felt sad, realizing that she was wasting her potential by staying at home. Then her husband suggested she help him. Since he was involved in many of the company's financial operations, he found her help very useful, as she had an analytical mind and was well versed in the field. Soon Keith realized that Madeline was even better at it than he was, and began to exploit her openly. When Madeline said she was tired, as she practically all the time had to take care of an elderly woman, her husband started manipulating her, saying that he was the sole breadwinner in the family and couldn't afford to lose his job. Then, despite her fatigue, his wife would start working on the economic calculations that required constant concentration. Her efforts quickly began to pay off. Benjamin Askey, the company's owner, noticed that his subordinates' calculations and proposals were increasing the company's profits. He even paid him a substantial bonus for his outstanding achievements, which Keith did not tell his wife about, spending it all on himself. The man was intoxicated by such success. His salary increased, and he was highly valued at work. Keith even started seriously considering his future promotion and, since he had a low opinion of his wife, decided to make some proposals on his own. If Madeline can do it, so can I, he thought confidently. However, as soon as Keith showed his own calculations to his boss, Benjamin Askey's face contorted. "What is this nonsense? Are you serious?" he frowned. "Keith, this is not like you at all. If you're overworked, take a day off. I don't need employees who bring me such rubbish." And so Keith's intellectual efforts ended up in the trash. Since then, he hadn't even tried to do anything on his own. He always took work home and then came up with interesting ideas and calculations that pleased the management. But when he was asked to speak or explain something at meetings, he would immediately stammer and start talking nonsense, which surprised many. This night, Madeline waited for her husband until almost 3 in the morning. By the time he reached their bedroom, he had knocked over everything in his path and made a racket. Although his mother was on strong medication, even she woke up. As soon as Mrs. Rose opened her eyes, she felt a sharp headache, and her blood pressure rose. "Oh, Madeline, I don't feel well," she said weakly. Her daughter-in-law immediately attended to her with the necessary medication. When the old woman's body began to tremble, Madeline realised that she was having an attack. She was used to such situations and knew what to do. "Breathe deeply," she instructed. "I'll give you a pill and you'll feel better soon." A few moments later, her breathing evened out. The pain in her temples gradually subsided, as did the trembling in her body. Keith, who had been watching them the whole time, leaned unsteadily against the door and fell to the floor, laughing loudly. Mrs. Rose shook her head. Before her eyes lay her son, into whom she had once poured her soul, now in a heavy, drunk state. And there was also her daughter-in-law, who initially did not impress her. Now Mrs. Rose felt ashamed of the words she had spoken a few years ago. "Keith, maybe you shouldn't rush. There are so many nice girls around. Maybe you should think about it some more. You can always get married later." At one time, Mrs. Rose thought that Madeline was not the best match for her son, but now she cherished her and was grateful for her help and care. If it weren't for her daughter-in-law, she would have had to hire a caregiver, and the elderly woman did not like having strangers around her. Keith struggled to his feet and looked absently at his mother and wife. Only now did he realise how much Mrs. Rose had declined in recent times. The room was filled with the pungent smell of medications and the oppressive atmosphere of old age and illness, which made him shudder. "Maybe Mum should go to a nursing home," he said to no one in particular. "My apartment has turned into a hospital." With these words he stumbled into the bedroom, knocking over a side table with flowers on his way. Madeline stood silently looking at her husband's back, reproachfully. "Perhaps that would be the best for everyone," Mrs. Rose said resignedly. "Don't even think about it," Madeline quickly replied. "Keith is just drunk. In the morning, I think he'll regret his words," she thought to herself, "if he even remembers them." "Oh, Madeline, I'm such a burden to you," Mrs. Rose continued to lament. Because of her son's awful behaviour, she often fell into melancholy, and Madeline had to reassure her, as her emotional state directly affected her physical health. Although there was much truth in her mother-in-law's words, Madeline always tried to cheer her up. "No, Mrs. Rose, that's not true," Madeline said with all sincerity. "I enjoy spending time with you. You're like a mother to me." Madeline had lost her own mother at a young age. For a long time, there was no loving woman in her life who could give her advice and warmth. Throughout her conscious life, Madeline had to fend for herself. After marrying Keith, she found a mother figure in her mother-in-law. Initially, their relationship was rather cold, as Mrs. Rose was reluctant to open up to a stranger who had grown up without parents and, in her opinion, had a questionable past. But over time, Madeline won her over with her selfless kindness and care. The idea of sending her mother-in-law to a nursing home seemed outrageous to Madeline, although her husband had mentioned it before, and each time she got angry with him. "What a thing to say in front of your mother," Madeline silently scolded him. She knew that when Keith slept it off and came to his senses, they would have a serious talk. After finishing helping her mother-in-law, she returned to the bedroom. There she was greeted by loud snoring and the stifling smell of alcohol. She grimaced, realizing she couldn't sleep next to him. Carefully she opened the window to let in some fresh air and placed a bottle of mineral water by the bed, which Keith would need when he woke up. And indeed, the next morning, Keith had a terrible headache. He immediately grabbed the glass next to him and drank greedily. A series of insistent alarm clocks woke him up, but Keith knew he wouldn't be going anywhere today. He called work, claiming he felt unwell, and asked for the day off. "I know what kind of unwell you mean," the secretary smirked, who had spent the entire evening with him. "Half the office is in the same boat." "Claire, I feel awful," Keith said dramatically. "Cover for me with the boss. I owe you one." In the end, he managed to arrange it and fell back onto the pillow. At that moment, Madeline entered the room, having spent the entire night on the uncomfortable sofa in the living room, and was not well rested. "And what was all that about last night?" Madeline said, frowning. "Why did you come home so late? We agreed you'd be home by 11 at the latest." Sensing what was coming, Keith jumped out of bed and started getting ready. "Darling, I'm terribly sorry," he said hurriedly. "I'm so ashamed, but I'm sorry. I have to rush to work." "You're going to work?" Madeline asked in surprise. "In this state?" "What can I do?" Keith smirked. "I'm the sole breadwinner in this family." With these words, he rushed out. Madeline sighed, as she hadn't managed to say everything she wanted. The conversation had been cut short. As soon as Keith stepped outside, he called the waitress he had met at the corporate event the night before. "Laura, I'm not feeling well," he said theatrically. "I haven't seen you all night, and now I'm suffering from longing. Can I come over?" On the other end of the line, a cheerful female laugh rang out. "Come over. I'll be waiting," Laura said coquettishly. Keith triumphantly raised his arms and got into his car, looking forward to a good day. Meanwhile, at the office, his boss was looking for him. "Claire, should I expect Keith today?" "Mr. Askey, I was just about to tell you," she smiled. "Keith took a sick day today." Benjamin nodded. He wanted to discuss the company's development plan for the next month with his subordinate, which was brilliantly prepared. Keith had done this work at home and submitted it in writing. It was excellent. But as soon as he started defending it at the meeting, Keith couldn't put two words together. All this seemed strange to his boss. He began to suspect that his employee was getting help from someone else. Maybe he had a talented economist brother or a genius neighbour whose services he uses. The boss pondered. He had long since lost faith in his subordinate's intellectual abilities and would have fired him if it were not for the fresh and excellent ideas he brought from somewhere. "Claire, do I have any meetings scheduled for today?" Mr. Askey asked. "Yes," the secretary said, looking at her computer. "The investors are coming at 5 o'clock. "Great," the boss said. "Then tell everyone that I won't be in the office until that time." He had the idea to check on his subordinate himself by unexpectedly dropping by his house. Benjamin had already come up with a cover story, introducing himself as a colleague and good friend of Keith's. Madeline welcomed him warmly. "Please come in," she smiled. "Let's have some tea." Benjamin immediately realised that Keith was not at home and that the sick leave was likely a fabrication. "Thank you, I wouldn't mind," he politely replied. "To be honest, your visit surprises me a bit," Madeline said, putting the kettle on. "After all, my husband is at work." "Yes, your husband is a very valuable employee," Benjamin said, taking a sip of the hot drink. "And as far as I remember, his 30th birthday is coming up, so our team wants to give him a worthy gift. That's why I came to consult with you. After all, who knows a person better than their family?" "That's wonderful," Mrs. Rose said, touched. "How lucky my son is to have such a wonderful friend." The elderly woman was delighted by this visit. She had been worried that her son's friends were alcoholics and suspicious individuals. However, this polite and decent man had changed her mind. Mr. Askey immediately made a good impression on her. If only my Keith behaved like this," Mrs. Rose dreamed. "Keith often talks about you," Benjamin continued, engaging the women in conversation while discreetly surveying the apartment, trying to notice something or someone suspicious. "Really?" Madeline smirked. There was a hint of surprise and bitterness in her voice, which did not escape Benjamin's notice. He was good at reading people, and immediately sensed that Madeline was unhappy in her marriage. But he did not dwell on it, as he had come with a different purpose. Madeline seemed to him an open and sociable person, with whom he found it interesting and comfortable to talk. But no matter how many questions he asked her, he could not determine if her husband had an assistant. "Oh, besides, Keith forgot the documents," Madeline suddenly remembered. "One moment, I'll bring them to you." At that moment, Benjamin had an unexpected idea that he decided to test. As soon as Madeline handed him the papers, he began to frown. "Is something wrong?" she immediately reacted. "It seems there are a couple of mistakes in the calculations," Benjamin replied. "That can't be," Madeline quickly responded. "And how would you know?" Benjamin smirked. He had already received the answer to his question. Her reaction was more telling than any words. "I saw how hard Keith worked," she said after a moment's hesitation. "My husband spent so much time and effort on this work. He checked it several times." "Well, who would have thought that our genius would turn out to be a young woman?" Benjamin thought to himself. "Well, maybe I'm wrong then. I'll check it again." He smiled. Surprise at such a discovery quickly turned into confusion. Madeline was truly a talented economist. He could swear to that. After this observation, he began to ask her more professional questions, receiving excellent answers. He wondered why she was burying her potential. However, as soon as he glanced at Mrs. Rose, whom Madeline began to prepare medication for, the questions vanished. A sudden anger towards Keith, who made his wife take care of his sick mother and forgot about her talent, welled up inside him, making his hands clench into fists. He felt even more contempt for his subordinate. "By the way, did your husband mention that we need employees in the office?" Benjamin suddenly asked. "No," Madeline shook her head. "Keith doesn't like to talk about work at home." "You know, I think you would be perfect for the position of a financial analyst," Benjamin continued. At these words, Madeline's heart raced. She remembered how a few years ago she worked in a financial firm and dreamed of reaching this position, but she had to quit. For a moment, she even beamed with joy. "Wouldn't you like to try? I think your candidacy would be considered worthy," Benjamin continued. "I would love to," Madeline said dreamily. At that moment, Mrs. Rose started coughing heavily, and Madeline had to turn to the harsh reality. "What job, Madeline?" she thought. "What will Keith say? And what about Mrs. Rose? Who will take care of her?" 100 pressing questions flooded her mind. "But I will have to refuse," she said regretfully. I have too many household responsibilities. Madeline looked at the elderly woman. Mr. Askey nodded, pursing his lips. More than anything, he did not want to let go of such a brilliant talent, but he could not insist. Madeline had to agree on her own. Still, I advise you to think about it carefully. Benjamin smiled. Soon he left. Madeline was left in deep thought. Of course, she was not ready to abandon her home to go to work, but thoughts of self-realization began to fill her mind, making her agonize over missed opportunities. The businessman was not ready to accept her refusal. He wanted to secure this gem for his company, and he almost immediately came up with a plan. The next day, he arrived at the office earlier than usual. Claire, as soon as Keith arrives, ask him to come to my office, the boss instructed. As soon as Keith stepped into the office, the secretary relayed the order. What for? Keith immediately tensed up. What does he want me for? But Claire only shrugged, indicating that the boss would explain everything himself. And what kind of mood was he in? Keith continued. In his usual mood. Claire began to get annoyed. Just go. And Keith headed to the management office, lost in guesses about why he was being summoned. As soon as he approached Mr. Askey's desk, the very report that Madeline had handed over landed in front of him. Keith frowned. He clearly remembered that he had not brought these papers from home. Thought you could fool me? The boss squinted, carefully examining his subordinate. Yes, you were quite talented at passing off your wife's merits as your own, but this can't continue any longer. But how? Was all the shocked Keith could utter. Did Madeline tell you everything? He thought tensely, already anticipating the scandal that would unfold at home today. That doesn't matter. The boss waved him off. I have a proposal for you. Tomorrow, Madeline will take your place, and you will take care of your sick mother. Otherwise, I will dismiss you. For a few minutes, Keith was in a state of shock, trying to process what he had heard. I agree, he said, bewildered. Excellent, the boss smirked. I won't keep you any longer. From the boss's office, Keith emerged on wobbly legs. In response to Claire's questions, he merely waved his hand and walked away. To Madeline and Mrs. Rose's surprise, Keith returned home much earlier than usual, around lunchtime. Why aren't you at work? Madeline asked. As if you don't know, he snapped. It was clear that he was very displeased. Keith, I don't understand, Madeline said anxiously. What happened? Then, in a raised voice, Keith recounted his conversation with the boss. Madeline couldn't suppress a happy smile. What are you smiling about? Keith growled, even more annoyed. Did you plan all this deliberately? Did you want to get me fired? If I had known this would happen, I would never have asked you for help. Well, if you hadn't, you would have been fired even sooner, Madeline thought to herself, but she said something entirely different aloud. I don't know how this happened. I didn't set you up. But if your boss wants me to work for him, then so be it. You said yourself that we need the money. Keith didn't argue with that, although he was very unhappy with how things had turned out. And as soon as Keith looked at his helpless mother, who started coughing heavily again, he became gloomy. The prospect of taking care of her did not appeal to him at all. He seriously considered hiring someone else to do it. Madeline awaited the next day with great excitement. She spent a lot of time in front of the mirror, carefully choosing her outfit. She wanted to look fresh and respectable, befitting the other bank employees. The next day she arrived at work on time. She was greeted by none other than Benjamin, whom she still believed to be a colleague and friend of her husband. Good morning, Benjamin, she smiled. The secretary nearby almost choked at such audacity and familiarity, but Mr. Askey was not the least bit embarrassed. In fact, he was amused, as he had come up with this cover story himself. Good morning, he smiled back. Come with me. We need to discuss some details." When he confessed everything, Madeline's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She had been so casual in her conversation with the boss that she felt uncomfortable now. "Although what do I have to do with it? He started it," her inner voice reassured her, and she calmed down a bit. "I must apologise for this charade," Benjamin said, "but I couldn't work with your husband any more. I needed you. I value the reputation of my company very highly, and changes were necessary." Madeline nodded in understanding. Then they discussed the report that Benjamin had liked. Finally, he could get clear answers to all his questions, and now he asked her to present everything to the other employees so they could outline a common plan of action. "I can prepare a presentation and give a talk," Madeline readily replied. "Excellent, get started," the boss instructed. Today's meeting became a real triumph for Madeline. Although it was only her first day at work, she made several useful proposals aimed at development. She even had to engage in a discussion with a more experienced and senior analyst, but Madeline defended her plan with dignity, convincing her colleague, and thus immediately earned the respect of the team. "That was excellent," Benjamin noted at the end of the day. "Keep up the good work." Madeline returned home feeling like she was walking on air. Finally, she felt like she was in the right place, doing what she was meant to do. Upon returning home, she found Mrs. Rose alone. "Where's Keith?" she asked. "I don't know, Madeline," Mrs. Rose sighed. "He left somewhere early today." Madeline's eyes widened. "Mrs. Rose, have you eaten anything today? Did you take your medicine?" She immediately bombarded her mother-in-law with questions, but the elderly woman only sadly lowered her head. It was all clear. Madeline shook her head, becoming even more disappointed in her husband. Despite being exhausted after a long day at work, she found the strength to prepare dinner and spend some time with her mother-in-law to distract her from her sad thoughts. At the end of the day, she literally collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly, completely forgetting that her husband had not returned. Madeline had only worked at the company for a couple of days, but already there was a sense of renewed enthusiasm in its office, as if this consulting machine had received a new impulse and was ready to move forward even faster. Mr. Askey was extremely pleased, as he now had the opportunity to work directly with a talented economist rather than through her incompetent husband. In the midst of another meeting, Madeline's phone rang. Since it was always on silent, it didn't disturb anyone. It was an unfamiliar number, which she usually didn't answer, fearing scammers, but this time she felt uneasy. Something told her she should answer. So she excused herself and stepped into the hallway. "Madeline Rose," a mechanical female voice announced. "Yes, that's me," Madeline replied. "This is the emergency service calling," the voice on the other end mercilessly informed her. "Your mother-in-law has had an attack, and we are taking her to the hospital." "I'll be there as soon as possible," Madeline gasped. When the call ended, she clutched her head. Her body began to tremble. What she had feared the most had happened. Madeline had a feeling that she couldn't trust her husband, and now, as soon as she left Mrs. Rose alone, she was rushed to the hospital. Benjamin, sensing that something was wrong, followed her into the hallway. "Is everything all right?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "No," Madeline replied in a breaking voice, and then recounted the conversation with the doctor. "You can go. I'll cover for you," Benjamin said confidently, taking the documents from her hands. "And you can use my driver. It will be faster that way." Madeline thanked him and rushed to the hospital. Her heart was pounding wildly, and she felt guilty. Upon arriving at the hospital, she learned that the doctor's prognosis was not encouraging. "Your mother-in-law is currently in the intensive care unit," the doctor said. "We're doing everything possible to save her life, so please wait." Hugging herself, Madeline sat down on a bench and waited. The waiting was so agonizing that Madeline couldn't calm down. And what could be worse than waiting, especially when you have to endure it alone? Madeline barely put down her phone. Every minute she dialed her husband's number, as he needed to know what was happening with his mother. "What a pig you are, Keith," she exclaimed in frustration when she was told once again that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. Keith had deliberately turned off his phone so that no one would bother him. In his life there was a new infatuation named Laura. This young but very feisty waitress had completely captivated him. Keith spent all his spare time with his mistress, of which he now had plenty. At some point, Madeline had enough of useless calling. In a fit of anger, she threw the phone on the floor. "Oh, what a fool I am!" she groaned, looking at the shattered screen. Madeline tried to breathe deeply, at least to try to regain her composure. She had already spent several hours in the hospital, but still hadn't received any news. It was only late at night that a doctor came out to her. "Everything is fine," he said wearily, smiling. "The operation was successful. Your mother-in-law is now sleeping." Madeline exhaled loudly. "Can I see her?" she asked. "Now is not the best time. Better come tomorrow," the doctor recommended. "I understand. I promise not to disturb her. But can I just look through the glass?" Madeline insisted. Finally, the doctor agreed and led her to the ward. Madeline was able to see the elderly woman. Mrs. Rose lay with her eyes closed, and numerous wires were connected to her body, which caused a new wave of anxiety in Madeline, as she had never seen the woman in such a state. Madeline returned home very late. To her great surprise, she saw her boss standing by the door. "Benjamin Askey!" Madeline exclaimed wide-eyed. "What are you doing here?" Judging by his appearance, he had been standing there for quite some time. "You weren't answering my calls," Mr. Askey explained. "So I decided to find out in person how your mother-in-law is doing." Madeline took a deep breath, pulling out her broken phone from her pocket. "I didn't hear them," she said sarcastically. "What happened?" He frowned. "Nothing special, just a nervous breakdown." Madeline waved him off, then let him inside. When they entered the living room, she made tea and told him everything that had happened in the hospital. She didn't hide her doubts about work either. "Sometimes I think that if I hadn't gone to work for you, she would have been fine," Madeline said frankly. "I think I rushed into it." "Don't even think about blaming yourself," Benjamin sharply objected. "You are doing what you do best. And isn't it Keith who should be taking care of his mother?" When the conversation turned to her husband, Madeline just waved her hand. "No, I can't leave Mrs. Rose alone any more," Madeline stubbornly declared, lowering her head. "I'm sorry to let you down, but I can't act otherwise. If something had gone wrong today, I would never have forgiven myself." For a moment, a gloomy silence hung in the air. Each was lost in their own thoughts. Madeline couldn't stop blaming herself for what had happened. And the boss was trying to figure out how not to lose such a valuable employee. "There is a good clinic," Benjamin said. "It has highly qualified doctors and caregivers. I am sure your mother-in-law can receive excellent care there, and then you could continue working." The plan was excellent, except for the financial aspect. And so Madeline just shook her head. "I'm afraid we can't afford it, and I don't think my mother-in-law would want to live there in front of strangers, even if it was a 5-star hotel." She sighed. "First, you can take her home every time you want, on holidays, weekends. And as for your budget, it has nothing to do with it. I am willing to cover all the expenses," the man declared. "I can't accept that." Madeline immediately perked up. Benjamin sighed and approached her, gently squeezing her shoulders. "But you must," he said in a firm but gentle tone, "because it is the only option that will allow you to stay at the company, and I am not going to lose you." Finally, When Mrs. Rose regained consciousness, she was transferred to a rehabilitation centre. There she was given a separate room, a nurse and a caregiver who monitored her condition around the clock. She also underwent procedures aimed at boosting her immunity. Madeline continued to work for Benjamin. When she arrived at the office, she saw a small box tied with a white ribbon on her desk. Inside was a phone. Next to it was a note. "You should always be reachable." At that moment, her cheeks turned pink and a happy smile played on her lips. If it weren't for Benjamin, she would have completely lost heart. Madeline tried to call her mother-in-law every day and visit her every other day. Despite the good care, Mrs. Rose was still sad, as she missed her daughter-in-law, whom she considered her own daughter. As for Keith, he reacted indifferently and never visited her. Madeline barely restrained herself from telling him everything she thought about him. Mrs. Rose also understood everything. "I wasn't a good mother," she said, shaking her head. Madeline couldn't think of what to say in response. She just squeezed the frail hand in a gesture of support. Finally, her mind was opened. The woman realised that this couldn't continue any longer and filed for divorce the next day. Keith was furious at the news. Firstly, it was a blow to his ego, as he thought he would be the one to leave Madeline. But it turned out the other way around. Since Keith still had access to the company, he was able to come and cause a scandal. "Who do you think you are? Have you seen yourself? I'm the one divorcing you. Got it?" the man shouted. Madeline was shocked. She didn't know how to react to such inadequate behaviour. She just stood there in a stupor. Gradually, curious onlookers began to gather around them. She felt embarrassed. "Keith, stop it!" she said, looking around embarrassed. "Why are you embarrassing yourself? And I want everyone to know what a miserable, low person you are. You circumvented me, took my place, and now you're filing for divorce," continued to lament the bruised husband. Soon the shouting attracted Benjamin's attention. "What are you doing?" Benjamin demanded as he approached. "And how dare you talk to a woman like that, let alone your wife?" "I don't care," Keith snapped. "I quit. Good luck staying in this dump." As he was finally escorted out and the colleagues dispersed, Madeline slumped into her chair and grabbed her head. She was incredibly embarrassed. Her boss, approaching gently, touched her shoulder. "Don't worry," he said in a soothing voice. "You are not responsible for his behaviour." Madeline nodded gratefully, appreciating his support. With Keith's departure, the company entered a dark period. All indicators were dropping lower and lower each day. Partners were inexplicably breaking off relations, and the number of employees was gradually decreasing. Benjamin couldn't understand what was happening. He stayed late in his office every night, checking the accounts, trying to figure out what was going on, but to no avail. This made him extremely nervous and irritable with his subordinates. "I can't take it anymore," Claire exclaimed one day. "I quit." Another rat leaving the sinking ship, Madeline thought to herself. Due to the company's significantly reduced profits, Benjamin could barely pay the employees' salaries. As a result, they were leaving in droves to competitors, who were eagerly hiring Benjamin's known personnel. It took Madeline some time to discover the loss of important information. It turned out that before leaving, her husband had taken it with him and shared it with competitors. Keith had long been preparing the Plan B. Due to his numerous mistakes at work, he expected to be fired, so he prepared for this eventuality. Madeline's affairs were also not going well. She had divorced her husband, but he managed to find a good lawyer, so it only took one hearing to leave her without an apartment. No matter how hard she tried to prove that she had invested a lot of money from her savings in it, it was no use. I give you exactly 1 day to move out of my house, Keith said mockingly. Otherwise, all your stuff will be thrown off the balcony. What a lowlife you are, Madeline said, grimacing. And what was I thinking when I married him? Where did I even see a man in him? Madeline thought as she packed her things. She found herself in a difficult situation. She had no money to rent a place to live, and no relatives or close friends she could stay with for a few days. So, Madeline couldn't think of anything better than to move into the office. Given that the number of employees had significantly decreased recently, this was possible. Even at night, she thought about how to save the company and restore its former reputation. The worst thing was the captain of the ship, Benjamin, was beginning to lose hope of fixing anything. Madeline noticed how he was increasingly giving up. If, in the first days, the boss frantically tried to do something, now he sometimes didn't even show up at the company. By chance, Madeline witnessed a phone conversation that the boss was having. I understand everything, he said wearily, sighing, but I can't come earlier. I have to work. Otherwise, I will lose everything. The tone of the conversation alarmed her. She involuntarily started listening. Be stricter with the boys. I don't want them to sit on everyone's neck, Benjamin added before hanging up. Due to an awkward movement, Madeline knocked over a nearby vase and it crashed to the floor, revealing her presence. I'm sorry, she stammered. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It just happened. But Benjamin didn't care. He had so many problems right now that this innocent episode was the least of his concerns. Benjamin didn't want to be alone. He suggested that Madeline have tea with him, to which she agreed. She was also having a hard time and was only too happy to listen to someone else and at the same time unburden her soul. Benjamin told her that he was raising 2 sons, twins alone. They were 7 years old. Recently they had been having constant conflicts, which made the boys upset, and they didn't want to talk to him. And Benjamin felt like a terrible father who had to juggle between his children and his failing business. And now he was talking to their nanny. She was complaining about the boys' bad behaviour. Where is their mother? Madeline asked. She left us a few years ago. She ran off to France with my best friend, Benjamin said simply, to which Madeline only sighed meaningfully. They were silent for a while before the man spoke again. I should be honest with you, Benjamin said when the tea had already cooled. Things are bad. You probably understand that yourself, so I don't want to keep you. If you decide to leave, I will understand. With your abilities, you will quickly find a good job. However, instead of running from the sinking ship, Madeline took his hand and spoke firmly. Never. I will stay with you, and we will fix everything. Now it was her turn to support him. For a moment, Benjamin's eyes lit up. He saw before him not just a talented employee, but a strong, brave woman who was loyal to him. Her belief in a better future charged him with energy, not allowing him to give up. Maybe you're right, Benjamin almost whispered, squeezing her hand in response. Maybe there is still a reason to fight. While they desperately tried to resist fate and prevent the company from financially going bankrupt, her former mother-in-law, on the contrary, was giving up. Even though her vital signs were improving, her emotional state remained heavy. Mrs. Rose was in a state of deep melancholy. She reflected on her entire life and came to the sad conclusion that she had not fulfilled herself. She was very upset about her son, into whom she had once put all her efforts, and who now was not even worthy of her slightest attention. So with each passing day, she lost more and more of her will to live. And on the first day of winter, when severe frosts hit, Mrs. Rose had an attack. An hour later, she passed away. Madeline could only gasp, "No!" as tears welled up in her eyes. She was overcome with hysteria right there at work. Benjamin, who was nearby, immediately embraced her, offering his support. Madeline clung to him like a lifeline. She felt that if she let go now, she would surely faint. When she finally arrived at the hospital to take care of all the funeral arrangements, a young nurse approached her and handed her a note. "Mrs. Rose asked me to give this to you after she'd gone," the girl said, before expressing her condolences and leaving. Furrowing her brow, Madeline began to read. In the note, her former mother-in-law confessed that she had no material possessions to bequeath to her children, so she saw no point in using the services of a notary and decided to say everything in this message. Mrs. Rose wrote that she had a jewellery box hidden in the countryside, in the place where her childhood home once stood, where she was born and raised. The elderly woman very much wanted these jewels to belong to Madeline after her death. "I can never thank you enough for everything you've done for me, but I hope this jewellery box can help you some day." After finishing reading, Madeline felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was overwhelmed with grief for the woman she considered her mother, but on the other hand, this inheritance could indeed help her now. Without wasting a moment, Madeline set off to the specified address. It took her half a day to reach the jewellery box. However, she did not regret it. As soon as she found the old house, her heart ached. Time had taken its toll, leaving only ruins of this house. Yet once upon a time, life bustled there, and everyone was happy. No wonder Mrs. Rose remembered this place with great warmth. Finding the jewellery box was easy. It was hidden behind the house under a tree. Madeline carefully wrapped it in a cloth and placed it in her bag. She knew what she had to do next. A few days later, a pile of money landed in front of Benjamin. He looked at Madeline in surprise. "What is this?" he asked. "This is our chance to start over," Madeline smiled, and her eyes sparkled triumphantly. She decided to sell the most part of the jewellery to prevent the company from going completely bankrupt. "No, I can't accept this," Benjamin protested, raising his hand. "But you must," Madeline said, repeating his own words from a few months ago. Thus, thanks to this money, Benjamin and Madeline had the resources to give their competitors a worthy response. They were able to pay off all their debts and also attract new investors. Gradually, things started to improve, and within a few weeks, they were able to hire new staff. Many of the specialists who had left wanted to return, but Benjamin gave them a firm and unyielding no. He did not give second chances, believing that anyone who betrayed him once would surely do it again. Madeline agreed with him. Within the first month after the reorganization of the company, they were able to break even. Then Madeline was appointed as Benjamin's deputy. However, this was only on paper. In fact, they became partners who made all decisions together. And they made a stunning tandem, not only professionally, but also personally. The spark that ignited at their first meeting began to burn even brighter. Both Benjamin and Madeline had long felt this attraction. But there were so many problems between them that they could not give in to their feelings. Nevertheless, they were always there for each other, being a support and a shoulder to lean on. After 6 months, they were able to bring the company to a new level. It became even more successful than before. "Apparently, to soar high, you need to fall hard first," Benjamin noted after it became known that they had managed to increase profits manifold. Gradually, Madeline's life began to stabilize. From an unhappy housewife, she became not only a successful, but also a beloved woman. She never forgot to whom she owed it all. The grateful daughter-in-law often visited her mother-in-law's grave, bringing her favourite white roses and sharing everything that was happening. "How I miss our conversations," Madeline said, sitting on a bench. She used to visit the grave every week, and one day found an unexpected guest there. It was Keith, although it was difficult to recognise him. Emaciated, overgrown, pale, he had become a shadow of his former self. Approaching closer, she heard her ex-husband crying. His entire appearance resembled a beaten and unwanted dog. "Keith?" Madeline asked softly, not believing her eyes. He immediately turned to her and wiped away his tears. "Yes, it's me." It was clear that he had hit rock bottom. He had no one left to turn to for help or even just to talk to. So Keith came to his mother's grave, the only person who had always loved him. At that moment, Benjamin appeared, who always picked up Madeline from the cemetery. Of course, Madeline's ex-husband was not pleased to see his ex-boss, and he realised that he had no chance of reconciling with Madeline. There was already another man by her side, so he began to beg for his job back. However, his former boss remained unyielding. "No second chances," he hissed before taking Madeline by the hand and heading to the car. But Madeline was not as categorical. She felt sorry for Keith. She even decided to give him the remainder of the inheritance. After all, that jewellery box belonged to his mother, and it turned out that Keith had a full right to it. "Are you sure?" Benjamin did not understand her generosity. "After all, you suffered a lot because of him, as did his mother. Are you willing to forgive and help?" Unlike her husband, Madeline knew how to forgive. She seriously decided to transfer part of the jewellery to her ex-husband, mainly because she herself considered it the right thing to do. "Thank you," Keith sincerely thanked her. "Now everything will definitely be different. I have changed. I understood everything. I won't repeat past mistakes to find myself at the bottom again." Keith had indeed re-evaluated his life during this time. He realised that he had behaved terribly towards his loved ones. He was tormented by guilt and could not sleep at night. And then, to find solace, he went to church. He prayed and talked to the priest, and he also donated the money to a charity fund. In this way, he wanted to atone for his sins before his deceased mother. After a few months, Madeline married Benjamin. She became a wonderful mother to two mischievous twins who loved her from the first day. Their father was worried that there might be problems, since he himself had not been getting along with them lately. But fortunately everything was fine. Madeline was able to surround them with love and care, which the boys had been lacking. That's how Madeline found happiness. And half a year after the wedding, she found out she was pregnant. This was so unexpected, as Madeline was completely satisfied with raising her husband's children from his first marriage. But this pregnancy still brought immense joy to everyone. "I think it will be a girl," Benjamin said one day, stroking his wife's belly. "Do you want a daughter?" Madeline smiled, as she was absolutely indifferent to the gender of the future baby. She just wanted the child to be born healthy. "Yes," her husband confessed. "She will be just as beautiful, strong and smart as her mother." Perhaps it was a premonition, or Benjamin's strong desire. But a few weeks later, when the couple went for an ultrasound to find out the gender of the baby, they were told it was a girl. And at that moment, they felt like the happiest people in the world. Donna was so exhausted that she even began mentally counting her steps to her home. The night shift had been particularly grueling because the previous evening, just outside the city, a major traffic accident had occurred involving a truck, an intercity bus, and several cars. Throughout the night, a steady stream of injured people were brought to their hospital almost until dawn. Most of the injuries were minor, but several patients were in critical condition. Donna had long grown accustomed to the demands of her job and did not complain about her fate. For nearly 15 years, she had been saving lives, yet she never grew numb to the suffering of others. She felt the pain of her patients as her own. Linda, the senior nurse of the department, had repeatedly tried to influence her protégée. "Donna, you can't do this. You'll burn out quickly if you take everything to heart." But Donna could not help it, although she tried to change her attitude towards work. Fortunately, the predictions about burnout, which Linda insisted upon, did not come true, and this fact reassured the woman, for what she feared most in the world was growing cold and hard-hearted. Only upon entering her apartment building did Donna realise she had lost count. She had tried many times to calculate the distance in steps from her home to the bus stop, but she had not yet succeeded. The woman involuntarily thought she should borrow Patrick's pedometer and measure the distance some day. Here her thoughts shifted from work to domestic concerns. She imagined how surprised her husband would be when she asked to borrow the step counter. Every morning Patrick set his alarm for 6 and went for a run, rain or shine. He tried to involve his wife and son in his healthy lifestyle, but Donna viewed his efforts with irony. "Patrick, the neighbours will think we're crazy if we all go out for a run together." Paul also viewed his father's enthusiasm with scepticism. "Dad, I'm not like you. I'm weak-willed and love to sleep." If his father started lecturing him, the boy would solemnly recite, "Father, forgive your son for his laziness and dreams." From the outside it looked comical, but Patrick was offended by such antics. Paul had been attending a school theatre club for the past 2 years and was proud of his cultural achievements. However, Patrick considered this pursuit unworthy of a real man. Donna opened the door to her apartment and immediately tripped over her son's sneaker. In annoyance, she muttered, "Again, he's scattered his shoes all over the hallway. No matter what I say, he does what he wants." She put away her son's shoes in the closet and took off her coat. "That's it, Donna. Now you'll have some tea and go to bed." After a night shift, especially such a restless one, she needed to restore her strength, and the best way to do that was with a good night's sleep. The woman went to the kitchen, but found it in disarray. She felt like crying from helplessness. What kind of people am I living with? Is it so difficult to clean up after yourself? Just you wait. I'll give you a piece of my mind tonight. Her mood was on the verge of breaking, and Donna began angrily throwing cups and plates into the sink. This was accompanied by clattering and her short remarks addressed to the 2 slobs who could only consume and make a mess, but were incapable of cleaning up after themselves. The kitchen floor also bore traces of the morning meal. She had to grab a broom and dustpan. When Donna swept the crumbs and candy wrappers into the trash, she noticed a crumpled notebook page at the bottom of the bin. At first she didn't think much of it, assuming probably Paul threw it away. He was doing his homework, made mistakes and tore out the page. Donna headed to the bedroom, but something made her return to the kitchen. Carefully, using 2 fingers, she retrieved the crumpled paper from the trash and unfolded it. She knew her son's handwriting, but this message was not written by Paul. Forgetting caution, Donna smoothed out the paper and began to read slowly. "I apologise for bothering you. I wouldn't have turned to you, and Mamma didn't let me do it before. If it weren't for the trouble she's in. Mamma doesn't tell me anything, but I overheard her talking to her friend that her illness is severe. I don't want my Mamma to die because she's all I have. Please help my Mamma, Patrick. This disease they found can be treated, but the treatment costs a lot of money and we don't have it. And so I thought you might be able to lend us at least a little. I will finish school soon, start working, and I will definitely pay you back every penny, I swear." Below, the message was also neatly written, "Amber Raskin." A relative, perhaps? But I know all of Patrick's relatives by heart, but there is no Amber among them. It's also strange. And where is the address?" Donna emptied the bin onto the floor. A crumpled envelope, similar to the letter, ended up on top of the trash pile. The woman carefully placed both finds in a bag and thoughtfully said, "I don't like any of this. Why didn't Patrick say anything about this letter? Shall I just ask Patrick instead of racking my brain? Or shall I conduct a little investigation myself?" she thought. Making the right decision was interrupted by an insistent ring at the door. The woman quickly hid the plastic bag with the evidence and desperately said, "Oh, it must be my dear mother-in-law. Why on earth did she come here so early?" The doorbell rang again, and Donna, cursing her fate and her impudent mother-in-law, headed to the hallway. Helen didn't enter. She fluttered in and, forgetting that the first thing to do was to greet her daughter-in-law, she immediately proceeded to the main part of her speech. "How fortunate that I caught you at home. Aren't you working today?" Donna understood that her plans to sleep were entirely ruined, but the rules of propriety forced her to smile and be polite to her mother-in-law. "Come in, please. I just got back from the night shift. I'm dead tired, and I was going to get some sleep." "You can sleep later. I won't be long." The obvious hint that she had come in at an inconvenient time did not embarrass Donna's mother-in-law at all. She looked possessively around the hallway, then trotted uninvited into the kitchen, but stopped on the threshold. "Why is there such a mess here?" Donna looked at the pile of trash she had left and felt embarrassed. "I lost an earring. I thought I threw it out with the trash into the bin." Helen asked sarcastically, "Did you find it?" The daughter-in-law did not understand. "What?" The mother-in-law gave her another caustic look and said, "Your earring. It looks like both are still in your ears." Donna instinctively grabbed her ear. She realized that her mother-in-law did not believe the story about the earring and, in a lost voice, replied, "Yes, luckily I've already found it." The mother-in-law shook her head. "I see. You dress for work like it's a party." Caught in a lie, the daughter-in-law felt awkward. She bustled around the guest. "Please sit down, Helen. I'll put the kettle on. Would you like some tea?" The guest let out a meaningful sigh. "First, clean up the trash and wash your hands with soap. You're a medic. You should understand that poor sanitation contributes to the spread of infection. Personally, I try not to touch suspicious objects, and after the store, I always wash my hands first and then treat them with antiseptic. I advise you to do the same for prevention purposes." Like many women her age, Helen loved to talk about medicine and culture. Despite a complete lack of relevant education, she considered herself an expert in these two fields. She gathered information from the internet and then spread it among her friends and acquaintances. She had also tried to impose her views on the problems of modern medicine on her daughter-in-law, so Donna had to listen to the nonsense she could talk about for hours. Only once did Donna try to argue with Helen. This happened soon after their wedding with Patrick. Her mother-in-law was sharing her experience of treating varicose veins on her legs. She had diagnosed herself with this disease based on symptoms, but her methods of diagnosis and treatment horrified her daughter-in-law. "Helen, this is complete nonsense. Such radical methods can kill a person. Don't you dare try them on yourself." Her mother-in-law looked down on Donna and, not mincing words, scolded her. "If you had a medical degree, I would listen to you. But who is a nurse? Just a girl on errands. Whatever the doctor orders, she does. I am sure that in 10 years this useless position will be eliminated." Donna was very offended by her mother-in-law's attitude towards her profession. "You are deeply mistaken, Helen. The duties of the middle medical staff have their specifics and a wide range of responsibilities." Her mother-in-law shut her up again. "You defend your useless position so passionately because you are an underachiever. By the way, I am also surprised how the granddaughter of a professor could choose the profession of a nurse and be content with it. Wasn't it difficult to become a doctor? What prevented you? Or is there not enough brain power? In approximately this spirit, Helen constantly spoke to her daughter-in-law. She could tell Donna to her face, for example, that she wanted to see a different, more educated woman next to her son. Donna, if it weren't for your pedigree and the apartment you inherited from your grandfather, I wouldn't have allowed Patrick to marry you. Once, the daughter-in-law could not stand it and also asked an unpleasant question bluntly. I wonder what makes your dear Patrick better than me? How indignant her mother-in-law was then! Her face first turned pale, then flushed crimson, and her eyes flashed with anger. You still have the audacity to compare yourself to my son. At least Patrick finished university and works in a managerial position, not carrying after the bedridden patients. And your job is to give enemas and clean up after others, and count them pills. Donna did not want to tell her mother-in-law about the subtleties of her work, since Helen never listened to her daughter-in-law. Knowing his mother's character, Patrick generally tried not to provoke her, and in response to his wife's requests to protect her, he evasively replied, Donna, please don't involve me in your quarrels. The only advice I can give you is not to anger my mother. You are younger than her. You can give in. For the sake of preserving the family, Donna silently endured her mother-in-law's antics. True, over the years, Helen had come to terms with her son's choice, but periodically, so to speak, in the mood, she bothered her daughter-in-law with her visits. Deep down, Donna felt sorry for her eccentric relative, for Helen was widowed early and devoted her entire life to her only son, and now she lived alone on the other side of the city, visiting them so often to avoid dying of boredom. While Donna set the table, her guest chattered self-absorbedly. Donna, I didn't just come to see you. I want to ask for advice. With a coquettish glance, the mother-in-law paused dramatically before continuing with a blissful smile. Donna, I've decided to add some variety to my life and came to seek your advice. Another pause followed, accentuated by a pleading look and an expressive sigh. Donna politely responded, Of course, I'd be happy to help you with more than just advice. Her mother-in-law modestly lowered her eyes. I don't even know where to begin. I wouldn't want you to think your mother-in-law has finally lost her mind. At that moment, Donna became slightly alarmed, but she said as gently as possible, Helen, how could I think such a thing? You are a wise woman, deserving of admiration. The blatant flattery worked on the mother-in-law. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and her brightly painted lips curved into a smile. Oh, Donna, thank you for your kind words. I've been beside myself since yesterday. Along with her chair, Helen moved closer to her daughter-in-law, forgetting about the cooling tea in the beautiful cup. You see, Donna, the neighbour from the second entrance recently joined a theatre studio. She says many elderly people attend this club, so I decided to try my luck too. Yesterday, I auditioned. Donna nervously giggled. Auditioned? Helen grew annoyed. Why do you keep questioning me? And I don't understand your laughter. Maybe there's a great actress inside me, and I didn't discover my talent in time. Helen rose from her chair, gazing intently out the window, and began to declaim. Why is this world so unfair? Why am I shivering in a booth while Lucy sleeps by the fireplace on a silk cushion? The master feeds her meat, and I get the bones. It came out very pompous and funny. Donna hiccuped a few times and then burst into laughter. The mother-in-law stared wildly, and the daughter-in-law couldn't calm down for several minutes. When the fit of laughter subsided, Donna managed to say, "Helen, I'm sorry. It was very expressive, truly, but I didn't understand why you were shivering in a booth." This question stumped the older woman. She blinked in confusion for half a minute and then pouted in offence. "You are so dense, Donna. I just read an excerpt from the monologue of the abandoned dog. This is the role I was given in the studio. The premiere of the performance will take place before the new year, but I don't understand why you're laughing." Donna took a deep breath to suppress another fit of laughter. "For heaven's sake, forgive me, Helen, but I can't imagine you in the role of a dog. You would be better suited for the role of a harsh mistress." Helen took this as a compliment. She sighed heavily again. "I joined the studio too late. All the good roles have already been taken. I got the part of Daisy, and my friend will play Lucy. But I don't know how the audience will react to her character, since Cara weighs about 100 pounds. I think that's too much for a lapdog." The regret in Helen's voice was so sincere that Donna felt ashamed of her laughter. She even decided to encourage her mother-in-law by expressing her opinion on the role distribution. "I think the role of Daisy is much more interesting. It's more dramatic and requires skill from the performer." A happy smile lit up the mother-in-law's face again. "I thought so too, Donna. Just don't tell Patrick anything yet. I'll invite him to the premiere later. I want to surprise my son." Donna had a vivid imagination. She pictured Patrick's face when he saw his mother on stage as a stray dog named Daisy. The image was epic. After sharing the main news of the day, Helen moved on to the next part of her agenda. "Donna, we've been chatting for quite a while. I've gotten hungry. I hope you have something to snack on." The daughter-in-law had to indulge her capricious mother-in-law for another hour. She was almost exhausted when the guest finally said the long-awaited words, "Oh, I've stayed too long. It's time for me to go home. I have rehearsals in the evening, and I haven't learned my monologue yet." After seeing Helen out, Donna collapsed onto the bed. The last conscious thought before she fell asleep was, "My mother-in-law is an actress capable of any role. After all, she is always pretending to be someone. So the theatre studio is just what she needs. Maybe she'll visit us less often." Unfortunately, Donna did not get a good night's sleep. After the conversation with her mother-in-law, she dreamed of giant dogs with human faces, and in the end she was awakened by her son returning from school. "Mum, did you have a tough shift?" he asked. "Why do you think that?" Donna peeked out from under the blanket. Paul snorted. "You were shouting something incomprehensible, and then started talking about dogs." Her son looked at her. "Are you and Dad planning to get a dog? I'm not against it." Donna shook her head vigorously. "No, God forbid. I can't keep up with cleaning after you two, and if we add an animal to the mix, it will be complete chaos." Her head was pounding, and she felt clumsy. She had to take a pill to ease her condition. It was only at night, when Patrick was snoring softly beside her, that Donna remembered the strange letter. She decided not to wake her husband to find out who the author of the message was and why this Amber was asking him for help. "I'll find out everything tomorrow," she thought reassuringly before falling asleep. Donna was awakened by a crash in the kitchen, followed by the sound of breaking glass. She jumped out of bed and rushed into the kitchen, intending to vent her anger on the culprits of the morning disaster. But seeing her son's frightened look, she decided not to give in to her emotions and calmly asked, "What's going on here?" "Mum, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. The cup just slipped out of my hands and fell," said her son, and rushed to broom the floor. "Mum, I didn't mean to. I accidentally knocked over the cup when I was getting mine. I'll clean it up right away." But Donna stopped him. "You'll be late for school. I'll clean it up. Has Dad been gone long?" Her son called out from the hallway. "He left really early today. He didn't even go for his run. I asked him why he was leaving so early, and he asked me not to stick my nose in adult business." A second later the door slammed, and Donna was left alone with her thoughts. Her husband's strange behaviour puzzled her. Patrick could only skip his traditional run for 2 reasons: illness or a natural disaster. Since calm reigned outside and the autumn sun was generously shining, Donna thought her husband might be having health issues, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Patrick valued his health greatly and would raise an alarm at the slightest cough. Clearly, some other reason had compelled him to drastically change his routine. Could it be related to that letter? Donna retrieved the message from the unknown Amber from the drawer and read it again. Then she looked at the clock. "If I hurry, I can make it there and back in a day." Donna reached the village without any incidents, the journey taking just over an hour. It impressed her not only with its size but also with its cleanliness. The sidewalks in the centre were paved with tiles, and almost every house boasted flower beds. This colourful palette made the autumn seem less gloomy. Donna said inspiredly, "This place is quite nice." A woman, around 40, passing by, casually remarked, "Of course, it's beautiful here, better than in some cities." Donna rushed after the stranger. "Please wait a moment. You probably know everyone here. Could you tell me where the Raskins live? I'm looking for Amber." The woman thought for a moment. Amber, the librarian's daughter. Donna intuitively nodded, and the stranger briefly explained. "That's on Central Street. Go to the very end and turn left into the alley. The librarian's house is the 3rd from the corner. Got it?" Donna nodded in agreement and headed in the indicated direction. But the villager didn't stop there and began to share all the news about Amber's family. "Patricia, her mother, is such an unhappy woman. She studied in town, but didn't finish because she married a townie. But then they separated. She has worked honestly here for many years, and now grief has come to her house, poor woman. She is still so young, but she is already fading away before her eyes." The librarian's house stood out starkly from the neighbouring homes. The paint on the wooden structure had long since peeled off, and the surrounding area was equally neglected, clearly in need of a caring hand. Donna thought, "Poor woman, she must be still living without a husband." She stopped at the lopsided gate and called out, "Can I come in?" There was no response, so Donna cautiously entered the yard. To avoid being suspected of ill intent, she called out again, "Is anybody home?" The door creaked open, and a thin woman in a faded housecoat appeared on the porch, looking at the visitor with a pleading gaze. "Who are you?" Donna blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "I'm from the school, the new teacher of your Amber. I'd like to see your daughter." Honoma gave her a distrustful look. "Amber hasn't returned from her classes yet. It would have been easier for you to find her at school than to walk across the whole village. What is this about? As far as I know, no one has complained about Amber. Or has she done something wrong?" It was clear that the woman was worried. Donna tried to reassure her. "Your Amber is a wonderful girl, and I came to see you for an entirely different reason. Amber told me about your trouble, so I came." Patricia sighed. "Come inside. There's no need to talk on the doorstep, and there are ears everywhere. I don't like it when people gossip about me." Donna followed the homeowner inside. Despite the modest furnishings, the house was impeccably clean. Patricia gestured to a chair. "Please, have a seat. I'm listening." Donna sat down and repeated firmly, "Patricia, I want to help you." The homeowner smirked I'm curious. How can you help me? Donna felt a sudden jolt, as if struck by an electric shock. This woman, likely her peer, exuded an aura of death. Over her many years working in the hospital, Donna had encountered this phenomenon numerous times. She could unerringly sense when a patient was nearing the end. Patricia's breath of death was still faint but unmistakable. Donna spoke softly yet confidently. "Patricia, I will try to help you. I have many acquaintances in medical circles. In the coming days, I will arrange for you to be consulted by the best specialists." A smile of despair appeared on the home owner's face again. "Thank you for your kindness, but I doubt anyone can help me now. A few months ago there was a chance, but there was no money for treatment, and I still don't have it." Donna continued to question the unfortunate woman. "And what about relatives? Is there no one who can help you?" Patricia sat down on the chair next to her guest, her gaze becoming thoughtful. "Why not?" she said. "I do have relatives, an uncle, but he doesn't want to know me." Holding her breath, Donna asked the next question. "And your husband?" Patricia looked at her strangely. "Husband?" she echoed. "Well, I had a husband once, but that was a very long time ago, so long ago that I don't remember his face or voice, but perhaps it's for the best, not to remember someone who once betrayed you." Donna sat in silence. She felt that this unfortunate woman needed to talk. Patricia remained silent for a few minutes, her distant gaze indicating that her thoughts were far away. Finally, very softly, the hostess said, "I see you are ready to hear my confession. Very well, I will tell you everything and try not to bore you with unnecessary details. I am an orphan. My parents died in a fire when I was very young. The farm caught fire, and they rushed to save the cows. They were both very brave. People shouted for them to save themselves, but they started leading the cows out. They managed to save almost all the animals when one of the workers shouted, 'Henry, the calves are still inside.' My father rushed to save the calves, and at that moment the roof collapsed. My mother screamed and ran after him. She wanted to pull him out, but there was another collapse of the burning roof." Patricia paused, her eyes filled with distant memories. Donna waited patiently for her to continue. "I don't remember any of this. I'm relying on the stories of my Uncle Vince, my father's brother. He took me in, although his wife was against it. Uncle Vince had 3 sons of his own, and I was an unwanted addition. In short, I was mistreated, not only by my aunt but also by my cousins. So I dreamed of escaping the house where I hated everyone, and I managed to do so right after school. I enrolled in a pedagogical college and soon met Patrick." At the mention of her husband's name, Donna shuddered. Patricia noticed her reaction. "Are you cold?" she asked sympathetically. "Our house is chilly, and we have to save firewood." Donna reassured her. "No, I'm not cold. Please continue." Patricia nodded and continued her story in the same measured tone. "So, with Patrick everything was fine, until his mother found out about our relationship. She ambushed me once near my college, insulted me, and threatened to make me expelled. Of course, I tearfully told Patrick, and he suggested we get married secretly from his mother. Back then, it seemed romantic to both of us. We managed to keep our relationship a secret for 6 months. We rented a tiny apartment, and there we enjoyed our hard-won happiness. But Patrick soon grew tired of such romance. He started visiting less and less, and I was already in my 9th month of pregnancy. The landlady demanded payment for 3 months, and I had no money. So I gathered my courage and went to my mother-in-law's apartment. When Patrick saw me, he trembled like an aspen leaf and couldn't speak. His mother started pushing me out the door, shouting, "Get out!" She said Patrick had found a decent girl, the granddaughter of a professor, and their wedding was coming up. She said that she wouldn't let me ruin her son's life. So I told her that polygamy is illegal and showed her papers about our marriage. She was shocked. Patrick was outraged by my actions. He started shouting that he had filed for divorce. I didn't wait for them to attack me with their fists and quietly left. I hoped my uncle would help, but he didn't even let me in, telling me to go to the village, to my parents' house. So I went. Donna was very anxious. "And then what happened? How did you survive alone with a child? Why didn't you sue your ex-husband for child support?" Patricia stood up, her voice different now. "As you can see, I didn't die," she said, "and I didn't demand child support because I didn't want that scoundrel involved in my daughter's life. I survived without his filthy money and raised my daughter. Amber will be 15 soon, and if it weren't for my sudden illness—" Donna grabbed Patricia's hands. "I will definitely help you, and you shouldn't lose hope." The heavy door slammed, and a girl in a school uniform entered the room. Patricia bustled again. "And here is Amber. Amber, your new teacher has come." The girl scanned the guest with a hostile look. "A new teacher? Mum, you're mistaken. We don't have any new teachers." Patricia looked frightened at the guest. "Who are you? Why did you come here?" Amber also stared at Donna with dislike. Donna understood that revealing the whole truth in such a delicate situation was impossible. To ease the tension, she smiled and replied, "You can consider me a good fairy or a guest from the future, whichever you prefer, but I came here to help." Amber looked at her for a long time and then asked in a voice hoarse with emotion, "Is it true that you want to help my mum? You're not lying?" Donna felt her eyes welling up with tears. "Lying to sick people is a crime. I will definitely help your mum." Still looking into her eyes, the girl whispered, "I wrote to someone about our trouble. Did you read that letter?" "Yes, I read your letter and came right away." Amber started crying. The tears of this girl spoke more than any loud promises. Donna silently vowed to do everything possible for these two women. After all, unknowingly, she had stolen their happiness and enjoyed it for almost 15 years. Donna was deeply moved by Patricia's story. On her way home, she thought, "How similar our fates are. I also lost my mother at a young age, and then my father died in an accident. But I was luckier because my grandparents raised me." It surprised Donna that Patrick had never told her he had been married before. The woman felt uncomfortable that only now, after so many years, she'd learnt this fact from her husband's biography. But she didn't know what to do, given the newly discovered circumstances. In this state of uncertainty, she returned home. Patrick and Paul were already there. Upon her arrival, her husband indifferently asked, "Where have you been? We were starting to worry, and were about to file a missing persons report." To this, Donna replied, "Today is my day off, and I decided to get some fresh air." Patrick meaningfully drawled, "Ah, I see. Our mum went shopping?" Donna said nothing and went to the bedroom. She changed clothes and was about to go to the kitchen but stopped. Trying not to make noise, she pulled out a drawer from the stylish dresser and took out an antique box inlaid with colourful stones. This heirloom had been passed down to her from her grandmother, and her grandfather had saved a bit from his pension and salary every month. The man had lectured at the university almost until his death, so he left his granddaughter a considerable sum. Once Donna laughed at him, saying, "Grandpa, serious people keep their savings in the bank." But he had gotten angry. "Maybe I'm not serious in your eyes, but I don't trust banks." Donna had laughed. "What if someone steals your books?" The man had confidently said, "If you keep your mouth shut, no one will steal it, and the money will always be at hand when needed." She and Patrick had also saved a bit in this box at first, but later they only took from it. Donna wanted to count the money, but she heard her husband's demanding voice. "Donna, where are you stuck? Your men are dying of hunger." The woman rushed to the open drawer, but after thinking, decided to change the hiding place and put the box in the far corner of the wardrobe. "This will be safer," she whispered, and went to fulfill her household duties. This time, the night shift was relatively calm. Taking the opportunity, Donna asked the on-duty doctor to spare her a few minutes. The young doctor agreed. "Donna, I am ready to talk to you, even until the end of the shift." Encouraged by his optimism, Donna got straight to the point. "Dr. Keating, my relative is seriously ill, but she has a complicated family situation, so the treatment is not going as well as we would like. Could you look at her medical record? This is from her consultation at the regional hospital a couple of months ago." When Dr. Keating carefully read Patricia's medical record, Donna impatiently asked, "What do you think?" The doctor only sighed. "Unfortunately, I can't say anything reassuring. We need to examine your relative further, and only then can we talk about treatment prospects. Donna, why did this woman let it go? With such a diagnosis, you can't afford to lose even a day, and here 2 months have been lost." Donna sighed regretfully. "The reason is simple. She had no money." Dr. Keating looked at the nurse in surprise. "And now there is?" "Yes, now there is the necessary amount. The question is whether it makes sense to start treatment." Dr. Keating meaningfully raised his index finger. "Colleague, there is always a point, even in the most hopeless situation, and you know this better than I do. Let's agree on this. You bring your relative, and we need to do it as soon as possible. I will arrange a consultation with the best hematologist. He is a friend of my father and my favourite university professor." For the first time in the last 2 very hectic days, Donna relaxed a bit. Now she had to convince Patricia. "I will go to them today," Donna decided. After the night shift, she hurried home, trying not to think about her fatigue. She changed clothes and then took out the precious box, removing almost all its contents. After that, she dialed Patricia's number. "I will be there soon. Prepare everything necessary for the hospital. Today after lunch, an excellent doctor will see you." Patricia tried to object, but Donna cut her off. "Patricia, let's not waste time on empty talk. Besides, your daughter can stay with me while you're at the hospital. No, my husband will not mind. You don't need to worry about that." "Thank you, Donna. You really are like a fairy from a tale." There were sobs heard from Patricia on the phone. Dr. Keating kept his promise and was waiting for them at the entrance to the clinic when the famous hematologist worked. "First, a full diagnosis, and only then will we evaluate our patient's chances," he said, and led the women inside. Patricia looked around fearfully. Seizing a convenient moment, she whispered to Donna, "Maybe it's all for nothing. Maybe we shouldn't spend the money. Such a large amount. I won't be able to pay you back all at once." Donna hugged the unfortunate woman and felt her trembling. "Patricia, right now, your life is the most important thing. And money? It comes and goes. Honestly, I don't mind spending it on a good cause." "And your husband won't scold you?" "No, he won't," Donna confidently replied. Soon, Patricia was called by the nurse from the diagnostic room, and Donna stayed waiting in the corridor. Only in the evening did they get to the consultation with the professor. The medical luminary kept the patient in his office for about an hour and then invited Dr. Keating. Waiting for the doctor's verdict, Patricia trembled with excitement and Donna was exhausted from fatigue and lack of sleep. Finally, Dr. Keating came out of the office. "Professor, will personally take care of your relative, which means she has a chance. Not for a full recovery, but she will be able to enjoy life for another 5 or even 10 years. Donna returned home, tired but almost happy. She thanked fate for allowing her to do another good deed. Especially since she had helped not a stranger, in a way. Donna already imagined how she would soak in the bath and then fall into a sweet sleep. But when she opened the door to her apartment, she realized that besides her husband and son, there was someone else present. This fact was confirmed by a familiar pair of shoes in the hallway and voices coming from the kitchen. Donna listened intently. "Again, the devil has brought her here. I'm ready for anything, but I can't stand listening to her empty chatter." At this moment, Patrick peeked out from the kitchen. "And here comes our Donna. Lately you've been staying out too late, and it's making me suspicious." Patrick was in a positive mood, but Donna didn't feel like joking. She replied curtly, "Constant suspicion is a bad sign, Patrick. I had to arrange hospital care for an acquaintance, so I was a bit late." Patrick planted a dutiful kiss on his wife's cheek. "You're like Mother Teresa, always helping everyone and taking care of everyone. And here we are, waiting for you, and also counting on your help." Donna followed her husband into the kitchen and Patrick, with a satisfied smile, noted, "We did a little housekeeping in the kitchen today with Paul. Check out our culinary skills, dear Mrs. Raskin. The dish is simple but very hearty." The pasta and cheese did indeed look very appetizing. Donna's salivary glands went into overdrive and she greedily dug into the food. Helen couldn't resist the opportunity to mock Donna. "At least chew your food. You know, swallowing like that can lead to an ulcer. You're a medic yourself." Patrick irritably remarked, "Mum, you could have kept quiet, but you just had to put in your 2 cents. He looked pointedly at his mother, and she demonstratively covered her mouth with her hand. "That's it, I'm quiet. Not another word." After satisfying her hunger, Donna looked at her husband and said, "Now we can talk business." Helen opened her mouth, but Patrick gave her a stern look. He sat down next to Donna and put his arm around her waist. "Donna, here's the thing. You know that elderly people always have health issues." Donna nodded. "I know, Patrick. I deal with it every day at work. So let's cut to the chase." Patrick stood up. "All right, I'll be direct. Mum's health is weak. She needs clean air. In the big city, that's a problem, which leads to apathy and insomnia." Donna ironically remarked, "Patrick, I asked you to cut to the chase. How can I help your mum and my dear mother-in-law?" The man leaned against the table, cornering Donna. "Mum has long dreamed of living in the countryside, but buying a dacha requires a substantial amount of money, which Mum doesn't have." Donna laughed. "Patrick, what does that have to do with me?" Irritation was bubbling out of the man, but he restrained himself, understanding that only gentleness would achieve his goal. So he tried to hug his wife again. "Donna, you have that magical box with lots of money. It's just sitting there anyway. And my mum could buy a nice little house with it, and her savings, where we could go every weekend. We've already found a suitable option with Mum. Mum is short half, and we just have that much money in our box, By the way, tomorrow we have a meeting with the seller." "So, you and your mum have already decided everything without me?" Donna freed herself from her husband's embrace and turned to her mother-in-law. "Helen, what about the theatre and your role?" Her mother-in-law beamed with a happy smile. "Donna, one doesn't interfere with the other. It's a 20-minute bus ride from the Dacha settlement to the city centre. We have rehearsals 3 times a week, and besides, I don't want to live in the Dacha permanently. I'll spend a few days in the city and then go to the Dacha. It will be a change of scenery." Donna agreed with a smile. "Yes, you've thought it all out well." Patrick was turning red and pale, a sign that he was losing patience. "Donna, can we stop the interrogation? Where is the box? I looked for it, but it's not in its usual place. You hid it and didn't tell me." "And why should I tell you? It's my money. My granddad gave them to me," the woman sarcastically asked. Then she disappeared behind the bedroom door and returned a minute later with the box in her hands. "Here, Patrick." The man lifted the lid of the pretty casket and was stunned. "There's almost nothing in here. Donna, where did you put the money?" By this time, Donna was already tired of this circus and replied rather rudely, "It's my money, Patrick, and I spent it on what I considered more necessary than buying a dacha for your precious mum." Helen jumped up like she had been stung. "Patrick, I don't know how you put up with this. If I were you, I would have kicked this scoundrel out long ago. If she were at least a decent woman. But she's just a nurse." Donna realised that her time had finally come. Trying to keep within the bounds of decency, she said, "Helen, this is my apartment, which I had before our marriage, and you won't be able to kick me out like you once did to Patricia, your son's first wife. This time your trick won't work, and you'll have to buy the dacha with your own money." Her mother-in-law began to stutter in indignation. We will go to court to divide the property." "Patrick, how can you stand there calmly when your mother is being humiliated?" Patrick gave his wife a scorching look. "We will talk more, Donna. I'll just see my mum out first." But Donna did not wait for her husband to return. She threw his pillow on the couch in the living room and locked herself in the bedroom. Through her sleep, she heard Patrick banging on the door, but she did not respond to his demands to open it. In the morning, she found her husband in the kitchen. Patrick was in a bad mood. He looked at his wife. "Donna, this can't go on." "You're right, Patrick. After everything I've found out, I can't live with you any more." The man exploded. "What? You want a divorce? I'll make your life hell. You're nobody, a worthless, uneducated creature. If I hadn't married you, you would have ended up with some plumber or truck driver." At this moment, their son Paul interrupted his father's bright monologue. "Dad, you would definitely suit Napoleon's hat. He also thought he was exceptional." "You're in on this too. Fine, you'll both dance to my tune." The apartment door slammed loudly, and mother and son jumped at the sound. That same evening, Patrick took his things. He expected his wife and son to cry and beg him to stay, but Paul only came out of his room after his father had left. He hugged his mother and said confidently, "Mum, don't be upset. Dad will come to his senses and return. Besides, is it true that I have a sort of half-sister?" Donna looked at her son in surprise. "And how do you know?" The boy smiled. Mum, it's the 21st century. Amber and I connected on social media and chatted a bit. She's all right, a sensible girl. It's just a shame that her mum is so sick. By the way, we could all go visit her together." Donna looked tenderly at her son. "You're so grown up and kind." Paul smiled. "I take after you, Mum. I've already decided that after school, I'll go to medical school." Patrick reminded them of his existence a month after his rash departure. He called his wife in advance. "Donna, can I come over? We need to talk." She threw a short, "All right." At the appointed time, Patrick arrived, but did not open the door with his key. Instead, he rang the bell. The door was opened by Amber. "Who are you looking for?" The man was taken aback. Seeing an unfamiliar girl in the apartment he had recently considered his own. He challengingly asked, "And who are you? Paul's girlfriend?" The girl smirked. "No, I'm his half-sister. Hi, Dad." Patrick rushed down the stairs, skipping steps. He was badly shaken by the encounter with his past in the form of the daughter he had rejected. The man also remembered the letter in which Amber begged him for help. Fate does not forgive such mistakes, and Patrick paid for his sin. He married 2 more times, but never found happiness. Donna married her colleague a year after the divorce. Patricia's life also improved. After a long treatment, she entered a stage of stable remission. She even got married, but she never forgot whom she should thank for her continued life. Winter arrived suddenly in a small north town, as it usually does. Just yesterday, Anna was squinting from the bright sun, filtering through the bare branches, jumping over dried puddles and enjoying the good weather. Today, however, the sky was covered with a thick grey blanket, pouring tons of white flakes onto the city and all its inhabitants, and yesterday's puddles had turned into treacherous ice patches, hidden under a layer of fresh snow. Anna looked out the window sadly and thought only about how to get home quickly, make herself a hot tea, wrap herself in a blanket, and temporarily escape the surrounding chaos by immersing herself in the happy, fictional world of another TV series. Anna's own life, that of a young, attractive woman, was far from a TV series. At best, it resembled a low-budget one, with the most ordinary script. At 36, Anna could boast of little more than a degree she had once received at the university. Thanks to this diploma, she had secured a job as a technologist at one of the local enterprises, where she had worked ever since. 9 years ago she met Stephen, a handsome and talented guy dreaming of a musical career. Saying the girl fell in love at first sight would be an understatement. Their romance ignited like a Bengal light. Steve courted her beautifully, dedicated ballads to her, and constantly arranged romantic surprises. Anna didn't mind at all that Stephen's pockets were always empty. She saw immense talent in him and was ready to help in any way she could. Anna had high hopes and expectations for their marriage, but after a couple of years of living together, she realized that most of them would never come true. Stephen, whom she loved madly, turned out to be far from the prince he had seemed at the beginning of their relationship. He was an extremely ambitious, rarely able to communicate without raising his voice, couldn't stand criticism, and often slammed the door if the terms of cooperation even slightly differed from his demands. In a few years of living together, Stephen had only managed to sell his compositions successfully a few times, completely giving up further rights to them. More often he performed in some run-down bars, at punk concerts, spent summers near one of the city squares with his guitar, and in winter he would lock himself in a small room of their rented apartment, equipped as a sound recording studio. Entry there was forbidden even to Anna. When Stephen was working, he couldn't be distracted. Any casual word or knock on the door would set the man off. Over 9 years, Anna had learned this rule and didn't interfere unnecessarily. She herself didn't know why, but she believed that one day her husband would achieve his goal and become a renowned musician. But time passed and nothing changed. Stephen was stuck in a state of perpetual creative crisis. More and more often, he would lock himself in his room with a beer. Anna knew very well that the guitar was gathering dust in the corner, just like the beat machine she had given him for the last New Year. The same fate befell the microphone, some fancy speakers, a drum kit, and much more. With her salary, Anna couldn't always afford such expensive purchases. Some of them were bought on credit. Stephen himself didn't work. He claimed that his genius deserved more than a job at a factory, a bar counter, or, God forbid, delivering groceries. Strangely enough, Anna agreed with him. She did everything to ensure that her beloved's talent did not fade. She continued to buy the musical instruments he asked for, paid for his trips to creative gatherings, and didn't burden him with paying for groceries, utilities, and other expenses. Anna denied everything for herself, rarely updated her wardrobe, saved on cosmetics, and couldn't even remember the last time she used perfume. She was up to her ears in debt. Her colleagues shook their heads, hinting that pulling the family alone was not the best decision, especially with a healthy man around. But she had gotten used to it. This way of life had become deeply ingrained in her, becoming not just a habit, but something natural and inseparable. Anna told herself that this was true love, sacrifice, compassion, and what filled her life with meaning. It didn't matter that it was hard, because at home there was always someone ready to hug her if she felt bad, or cheer her up if she was sad. Getting out of her office, Anna shivered from the cold and pulled up the collar of her thin coat. "Wow, it's freezing," she thought, shocked. "It must be around 10 degrees. And look at all this snow. Is this all of it? Winter. Well, in this coat I'll freeze to death, and I didn't even wear a thick scarf today. Oh well. I'll quickly run to the bus stop, and then I'll warm up on the bus." The woman headed towards the bus stop. The roads were chaotic. The sudden snowfall, as usual, paralysed all movement. At the turn, with hazard lights flashing, stood cars that had collided. People crowded on a tiny spot. Apparently the bus hadn't come for a long time. Anna checked the transport app to see the schedule. According to it, the bus should have arrived in a couple of minutes. However, it didn't come even after 15 minutes. Some people gave up and called a taxi, others continued to wait, and some decided to walk. Anna was freezing. The wind penetrated under her coat, trying to get into the sleeves and collar. Trying to warm up somehow, Anna swayed slightly. When more than 40 minutes had passed, the woman decided not to wait any longer and walk. That was a mistake. As soon as Anna moved about 200 metres away from the stop, the bus finally arrived. The woman ran back, but she slipped on an icy puddle hidden under the snow and fell into a snowdrift, painfully hitting her elbow. Some woman helped her up, but the chance was missed. With its rear lights flashing, the bus disappeared into the snowy evening darkness. Anna even cried out of frustration. Waiting for the next one was pointless. Obviously, due to the bad weather, the transport was running with significant delays, and the schedule was useless. Limping through the snowy slush, Anna slowly made her way home. "At this rate I'll easily catch a cold," she fumed. "And of course my down jacket is completely worn out. I've been wearing it for 6 years already. The zipper's broken and the fabric on the sleeves is worn out. It's not a jacket, it's a disgrace. I planned to buy a new one in the spring. There were sales in the summer, but I missed it. What an idiot. No, I need to solve this problem urgently. Money is tight, but I won't even make it to work like this. And soon the frosts will be even stronger. Of course, I could change the zipper on the old jacket, but how much longer? I could stop skimping on myself. Why do we always buy new things for Stephen every year? But I don't even notice that I have nothing to wear myself. He just sits at home. There are already about 10 of these jackets in the closet." Somehow, making it home, the woman rushed into the entrance and leaned against the radiator by the mailboxes. Warmth slowly spread through her body. Although there was no wind here, Anna called the elevator and went up to her floor. "I'm home," she shouted, opening the door. "Good for you," Stephen grumbled, appearing in the doorway. "Have you seen the time? Where have you been?" "Stephen, I'm so cold," Anna whispered, her teeth chattering. "I even had to walk part of the way. You should have seen what's happening outside. The transport has completely stopped." "Oh, for God's sake, why do you always attract problems?" Stephen retorted. "I don't attract anything. Anything can happen in life. If I had waited for the bus, I would have frozen to death first. And who knows how long it would have taken to get home. At least I warmed up a bit this way." "Well, you always have some problems," Stephen grumbled. "Are you serious? I'm freezing. Can you make some tea?" "Make it yourself," Stephen scowled. "I have a recording session, and I've been on pause for too long already." "What recording session?" Anna asked, annoyed. "Stephen, are you playing again? We agreed that you wouldn't get distracted by the console for at least a week." "I need this. I explained to you that this is how I relax, and my brain starts working better. By the way, I almost composed a great song today." "Almost," Anna sneered. "And what prevented you from finishing it?" "I was worried about you. You could have called and said you were running late, and I couldn't find a place for myself, so I went to play the game." "And you didn't think to call yourself if you were so worried?" "I didn't want to distract you, Anna, but you know how anxious I am. I even managed to get upset with you. Okay, I'll make the tea so you don't get angry, and you prepare dinner. I'm so hungry." "What do you mean?" Anna asked, frowning. "You've been home all day, and I couldn't even prepare dinner?" "All the products are here. What stopped you?" "You know I can't cook," Stephen said, offended, "and it's not a man's job anyway." "Listen, you're out of line." Anna suddenly got furious. "I can't even come up with excuses for you anymore. Is it so difficult to boil some pasta or make some cutlets? I'm not asking you to cook soup, bake a leg of lamb or any other delicacies. I'm tired. I'm freezing in a thin coat, and you didn't even hug me when I came home. You met me with complaints, didn't even offer tea. Are you okay? Cooking and cleaning are my responsibilities. I bring money into the house. And I have to walk on tiptoes. You play to relieve your stress, and who will restore my nerves? Let me sit down at the console now and see what happens." "Anna, what's gotten into you?" Stephen was taken aback. "I just miscalculated a bit. I'll do everything now. Just boil the pasta yourself, okay? I promise that starting tomorrow, I will prepare dinner for us. I'll learn from videos and internet recipes." "Always your tomorrows." Anna sighed heavily. "You should think about work. You're a grown man and you're sitting on my neck. I'm not made of iron, you know. There are plenty of options. You can even get a job as a labourer at our enterprise. They'll teach you everything." "To the factory?" Stephen scowled. "Anna, I can't go to the factory. It's degrading. A creative person can't go there." "Degrading, you say? In your opinion, it's normal for the wife of such a creative and versatile person as you to work at the factory? And it's okay that I have to work for two, and that you can relax here in warmth and comfort? Okay, then let's not go to the factory. There are plenty of other options. And I'm not asking you to work full-time, but at least consider part-time options. You just don't want to. Okay, let's go to the kitchen. I need to warm up urgently. I'll fall if I don't." By the evening, the spouses had forgotten about the conflict. Anna warmed up, ate, and came to her senses as soon as she snuggled up to her husband lying on the couch. "Listen, Steve," she suddenly said. "I didn't take an extra shift tomorrow. It's Saturday after all. I'm so tired of working with only one day off a week. Yes, I understand we need money, but if I continue like this without a break, I'll just collapse. And I need to go to the city tomorrow. There's a good store in the centre. They have down jackets on sale. I froze to the bone today. It's not an option to walk in a coat, especially since they're predicting frost next week. I'll have to tighten our belt a bit. There's no money at all, but without warm clothes, I won't even make it to work. So this is a necessity, not a whim." "What do you mean, tighten our belt?" Stephen propped himself up on his elbow. "Well, I mean we will have to save on groceries, for example, and I suggest not repaying some of your subscriptions for now. We can do without music for a month, and you can drink less beer. I don't know. I've already calculated. It should be enough for everything, but we need to cut out all the extras." "What do you mean, cancel subscriptions? Do you think I sit here all day watching series? By the way, the most expensive subscription is to music program, and I can't do without it. All the good plugins and instruments are there." "You're not listening to me, are you?" Anna looked at her husband from under her brow. "I'm telling you, it's temporary. You can write music without any programs. For now, make drafts and then pay and do whatever you need." "You just don't understand." Stephen got angry. "I'm struggling here within 4 walls, and you're suggesting I cut the budget even more. Why the hell do you need this down jacket? Last year's isn't good enough." "First of all, it's not just last year's," Anna began to explain patiently, although she was already boiling inside. "It's 6 years old. Secondly, I'm freezing in it. Do you want me to die in bed with a fever?" "Well, the sick leave is paid anyway." "Are you completely stupid? What does sick leave have to do with it? And what will I wear in January? The same thin coat? Oh, of course, I can take one of your 10 useless jackets." "Are you kidding? They're 3 sizes too big for you. Don't embarrass yourself. Those are my jackets." Anna was stunned by such insolence. She looked at her husband for a long time, her lips tightly pressed together, and then something clicked in her head. The woman freed herself from his embrace and silently headed to the kitchen. "Hey, Anna, where are you going?" Anna stopped and turned around. Catching his gaze, Stephen shuddered. Usually light green, Anna's eyes were now dark, somewhat dull emerald, and seemed to see through everything around. "What happened?" "What happened, you ask? I will tell you now. How dare you even say anything to me? Who are you, anyway?" "Good Lord, have you lost your mind?" the man recoiled. "I'm Stephen, your husband." "No," Anna widened her eyes. "You are anyone but my husband. A husband would not wipe his feet on his own wife. He would not see her as a servant and a maid. He would not offer her to warm up with layers of sweaters when there is nothing to wear. He would not endlessly drain money from her for his stupid whims. He would not forget to make her tea if she is late, and he certainly would not make her work around the clock to pay for food, apartment, and his clothes. And do you know what a husband does? Do you know? At the very least, he hugs his wife after a hard day, warms her, asks how she is. He cooks his own dinner if he is hungry and she is not home for some reason. He does not whine that he needs to pay for some useless subscription from her wallet. And most importantly, do you know what is most important, Stephen? You're silent. It seems you really have no idea. And the most important thing, husband, is that a good husband would not sit on his wife's neck for years, avoiding any work just because he thinks he is a great genius that ordinary mortals are not even allowed to look at. Anna, have you lost your mind? Shut up already, Anna screamed. No one gave you the right to speak now. I have endured for so many years, obediently eating all the nonsense you successfully fed me, not noticing the mockery of those who saw how you treated me like an animal. When was the last time you brought any money home, huh? Don't remember, neither do I. Imagine that. I don't remember because I am the one working for two. You have latched onto me like a tick and take everything without giving anything in return. Or what do you give? Blink your pretty eyes, drag me to bed. Believe me, I can do without all of that. Do you even know how much debt I have on my credit cards? And did I spend a single penny of it on myself? All on your endless guitars, drums, sneakers that gather dust on the shelves because you do nothing but play and drink beer. I have no friends, no hobbies, not even a damn lipstick. But I have you and a pile of debt. No, Stephen, I've had enough. Anna, what are you freaking out about? Is all this because of the jacket? Fine, go get it tomorrow. I could even come with you. Even? Anna laughed. Even? Go to hell. That's it, my dear. You've gone too far. Pack your things and get out. I don't want to see or know you any more. I'm not going anywhere, the frightened man muttered in a colourless tone, not expecting such words and behaviour from his wife. Anna had always been calm and patient. That made her even more terrifying now. It was as if she were a completely different person. Anna, let's calm down. You're saying all of this for nothing. Believe me, you'll regret it later. I'll regret it, the woman laughed. Oh, don't make me laugh. You seem to have gotten used to living on Easy Street. But I am not your mummy who will provide a comfortable life for you. I want to live for myself too. And thank God I froze so much today. Finally, my mind sobered up in this cold, and now I see everything clearly, without the rose-coloured glasses you so diligently kept on my eyes. I'm filing for divorce right away. I won't give you a divorce, Stephen objected. Really? Who will even ask you? We have no children, no joint property. You can take your crappy guitars with you. I don't need them. I will pay for them myself. Everything I owe to the bank. Oh, by the way, the debts are split in half during a divorce, dear hubby. So that's even better. And now pack your things and get out. No, Stephen smirked. You know what? I get it. You're just having a fit. Go to bed and we'll talk tomorrow with a fresh mind. I promise I'll find a job, if that's what you want. Here we go again. Don't want to leave? Fine, I'll leave myself, said Anna, and turned to the door. I won't let you go. The husband shook his head. Where will you go? It's night outside. I'm not asking you. If you try to stop me, I'll call the police. And now, don't bother me. The woman grabbed a large sports bag in the hallway and started throwing everything she could find into it. Several times, Stephen tried to stop her, but Anna pushed him away, surprised at her own strength. When her things were packed, she changed and went out into the hallway. With sadness, Anna looked at her thin autumn coat, then turned her gaze to Stephen, who was silently sitting on the couch and didn't dare look at her. The woman smirked, wrapped a warm scarf around herself, pulled on a thick knitted hat, and slammed the door. Already downstairs, she sent her husband one last message. Rent is due in a week. Don't even think I'll come back. Figure it out yourself. Closing her eyes, she stepped out onto the street, into nowhere. Heavily trudging through the snow-covered sidewalk, Anna cried, but the tears dried instantly from the cold, biting wind. She didn't know where to go, where to sleep, or what to do next. The woman had no friends. She couldn't go back to her hometown, to her parents. She would have to hurriedly quit her job, let people down. And what would she do there? The only person she could turn to now was her boss, Sarah. Anna had known this woman for many years. Although their relationship was strictly professional, her boss always supported her, taught her a lot, and never turned her back when Anna asked for help. True, this help usually concerned work situations or, at most, money. What will I tell her? Anna thought. It's almost midnight. It's inconvenient to call her now, let alone ask to stay the night. But I can't sleep on the street. A hotel is too expensive. Yes, I have money set aside for rent, but it will only last for a week in a hotel. And I need to buy that damn jacket urgently. Anna turned into a 24-hour fast food joint, got herself a cup of tea, and sat in a corner. When her hands warmed up a bit from the cold and her nerves calmed down from the hot drink, she dialed her boss's number. Sarah was very surprised to hear her subordinate's voice on the other end of the line. "What happened? You're calling so late. I decided to come in tomorrow." "I'm sorry, Sarah," Anna began, but she couldn't finish and burst into tears over the phone. "Good Lord, Anna, what's wrong?" the woman said in alarm. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry," Anna sobbed. "I had a terrible quarrel with my husband. I'm sitting in a cafe now. I don't know where to go. I left him. You see, I can't take it anymore. I've endured for so many years, but today something finally broke." "Now, calm down," Sarah said sternly. "You did the right thing. It was long overdue. It's a shame you acted so rashly, without preparing a way out, so to speak. But sometimes you have to gather your willpower and decide. Where are you now?" "Let me call you a taxi. You'll come to my place, tell me everything, and then we'll decide what to do next." Half an hour later, Anna stood in the hallway of her boss's apartment, looking down. "Good Lord, your coat is so thin," Sarah exclaimed. "And you're sniffling. It looks like you're getting sick. All right, quickly to the kitchen. My husband is sleeping. We won't wake him up. We'll talk quietly." Anna obediently took off her coat and tiptoed into the kitchen. "So tell me," Sarah asked, rustling a pack of tea, "how did you end up like this?" The playful tone of Sarah and the thick aroma of some berries and herbs emanating from the teapot calmed Anna a bit. "It's all because of the jacket," the young woman sighed. "I was so cold today and just told him that we would have to save on food and expenses for a couple of weeks. And he looked at me so indifferently. I've never seen that before. Or maybe I just didn't notice it earlier." "Oh dear, when was the last time you were in a beauty salon? Or on vacation? Do you even know how many days you have accumulated? It's none of my business to interfere in someone else's life, but what's happening to you is wrong." "I already understand that, and it's a shame that only today—" Anna sighed. "But now it's over. I know for sure that I won't go back." At that moment the phone rang, displaying Stephen's number. Anna automatically reached for it, but then pulled her hand back. "See?" Sarah pointed her chin at the smartphone. "He doesn't seem to think so. Don't you dare answer." "I wasn't planning to," Anna muttered. "Let him suffer. He knows very well that I have nowhere to go, and probably thinks that I will clear my head and come back soon. He is right about one thing. I really have nowhere to go." "All right." Sarah shook her head, pouring more herbal tea into Anna's cup. "Drink, drink. My son brought these herbs from the mountains. They're fresh. He travels a lot around the country. He's a geologist, by the way. Anyway, that's not relevant. Anna, you did the right thing. Don't regret anything. Tell me, do you have any money?" "A little. I have enough for the rent and some left from my salary." "All right then. Tomorrow you will buy the jacket you wanted. Don't touch the rest for now. You might need it later. You can stay with me for now." "Oh, I couldn't." Anna waved her hands. "I'll rent a room tomorrow." "Don't even think about it. I have a spare room. My son's room is empty anyway. You can stay in it for now. He won't be back from his expedition for a while. And you also need to recover. Starting Monday, you'll go on vacation." "What vacation? Sarah, are you serious?" Anna was horrified. "The most ordinary one. Although yes, you've probably forgotten what that is. It's on your schedule anyway, so don't worry about the paperwork. There are others who can work. You'll have a proper rest, recover, and then you'll return to your duties with a fresh mind. You won't be of any use anyway while you're so upset about leaving your husband. Don't forget that he won't let you go easily either. He's a parasite. Without his provider, he'll do anything to get his comfortable life back, and women don't always act rationally when it comes to men. You might give in, and everything will start all over again. I won't give in, Anna protested. But you're right, Stephen has the brains to chase after me, especially since he has no money to pay for the apartment, and the food in the fridge will run out soon. That's not your problem any more, Sarah smiled softly. The more time you spend without him, the easier it will be. And it's best to change your phone number so he won't bother you. It's better if you just disappear. If he comes to your work, I'll warn the security at the entrance that you won't work there anymore. So, starting today, you live here. And don't worry, you're not burdening anyone. My husband Neil is disabled. He's always home, but he hardly ever leaves his workshop. And he's a good person. He won't be against you. On the contrary, he'll enjoy the company. You'll like it here. You can even rent this room later if you feel uncomfortable living for free. Although I certainly don't need that. What about your son? Roy? Don't worry about him at all. He has his own apartment, but it's empty. He's always travelling, and when he comes back he stays with us because he doesn't like living alone. He knows he's always welcome and loved here. Don't worry, he won't kick you out. He'll sleep peacefully at his own place. He's a reasonable person. He'll understand. All right, Anna sighed. But I'll still try to find a place to live as soon as possible. In the morning, Anna woke up to a magical aroma wafting from under the door. It smelled like sweet pastries. Her stomach growled traitorously. Good Lord, it's so awkward to take advantage of someone's kindness, she thought. It's even embarrassing to leave the room and look Sarah in the eye. And I'll have to explain to her husband who I am and what I'm doing here. Oh well, I'll have to endure it for a little while. I'll move out at the first opportunity. Currently, though, I should rest and get my thoughts in order. After getting dressed, Anna left the bedroom and immediately bumped into Sarah in the hallway. Oh, you're already up. I was just coming to wake you. I'm sorry I slept so long. I don't even know why. Usually I wake up at 8 at the latest, even on weekends. Stop apologising for everything. Here, you're a guest, in a way. Allow yourself to relax. We'll take care of the rest with my husband. By the way, let's go to the kitchen quickly. Neil is eager to meet you. And the pies are ready. Anna followed the hostess into the kitchen. Neil was sitting sipping tea and reaching for another pie. Good morning, Anna smiled at him. Good morning, dear guest. Neil waved to her. Only now did Anna notice that one of his eyes was covered with a bandage. Don't be embarrassed, Sarah smiled. What kind of pies do you like? These are with cabbage, these are with apples, and those are with fish. Oh, I like all kinds, Anna laughed. It's so unusual for someone else to cook and not me. You'll get used to the good life quickly, said Neil. Sarah won't let you work in the kitchen. She's the queen and the boss here. Look how thin you are. My dear wife will fix that quickly. Thank you. Tears welled up in Anna's eyes. I didn't expect anyone to care about me. Oh, come on, said Sarah, placing her hand on Anna's shoulder. My dear girl, stop demeaning yourself and thinking you're worthless. You are a good person and a fine professional. Over the years of our acquaintance, I have seen this time and again. Put an end to your self-pity. Now, let's have breakfast, and then we'll go together to get your jacket. I'm all done, laughed Neil. Thank you, Sarah, for such a hearty meal. I'll head to my place, and you two can chat here for a while. I'll have plenty of time to speak with the young lady later, so please excuse me. Duty calls. When Neil left, Anna looked questioningly at her boss. If it's not a secret, what does Neil have to do on a weekend? Ah, that old pirate, Sarah squinted. Don't pay him any mind. He'll spend the morning in his workshop building his ships. He might show you later, if he'd like to. He's been into modelling for about 12 years, ever since he retired due to disability. He used to be a captain on a cargo ship. His whole life was spent at sea, but after an accident when he lost an eye, he had to retire. It doesn't bother him, but the sea never lets him go. Neil makes model sailboats to order. It keeps him busy and brings in some extra money for the family. Our son Roy took after him, with the same passion for adventure since childhood. He studied to be a geologist and now sails the northern seas, working for some oil and gas company. Someday I'll introduce you two. Roy's a good guy. He was married once, but that woman can't stand her husband always being away. I was like that once. I wouldn't see Neil for half a year at a time, but I got used to it, and Roy will find the right woman for himself someday. Everyone has a soulmate out there. I'm not so sure about that soulmate thing, sighed Anna. I spent 9 years with my husband, truly believing he was the one. I thought he was a real genius, even if unrecognised. I was ready to do anything just so he could create. But it turned out he was just a lazy man taking advantage of me. It's not your fault. Your Stephen is just a skilled manipulator. Yes, you allowed him to use you, didn't set boundaries in time, and all that. You should have kicked him out as soon as you realised you were being taken for granted. I know how hard-working and determined you are. You need a man who matches you, so find a way to forget your husband quickly. First, don't delay the divorce. But I still love him, Anna said despairingly. Maybe he'll learn from this and find a job. Don't even think he'll find a job and change now. People don't change. That's a fact, especially at his age. You might influence a child or a teenager, but not a 35-year-old man. Yes, he might change some habits for a while, but as soon as you fall back into his trap, he'll slowly return to his old ways. Believe me, I've seen a lot in my life. You, my dear, deserve better. Love is a mutual feeling. Your Stephen doesn't love you. Otherwise, he would take care of you. What you mistake for love is actually dependence. But how do I get him out of my head? Yesterday I was so angry at Stephen, but now I think I overreacted. You didn't overreact. You did what was necessary. You broke ties with a parasite. Yes, it will be hard at first. The void in your soul will only grow. But you're not weak, Sarah said, stroking Anna's head. You're just afraid. Afraid of loneliness. But in reality, you were more alone with that man than you are now. The illusions of love and care, the strong shoulder he created to get what he wanted, will gradually fade. Now, you need to find something to fill that void in your soul. Are you suggesting I find someone new? No, Sarah laughed, shaking her head. It's too soon for that. And it's not a given that you need someone at all. Maybe you're meant to be alone, but self-sufficient. Some women live for motherhood. But who would I have a child with? And it's too late for me now. I've already raised one for 9 years. And having a child without a loved one is not much joy. Wait, don't rush. Age is not a barrier here. First, find yourself, and then think about a child, so you have something to offer besides material goods. As soon as you find yourself, everything will fall into place. A husband, recognition, and the right environment. And then a child won't be far off. So for now, think about your calling. Being an engineer, even a good one, isn't always a calling. It's your skill, a well-honed, almost flawless skill. I wouldn't trade you for 3 others. But it's not what your soul yearns for. You need a hobby, something that will make you soar, not just making in money. And what does my soul yearn for? How should I know? Sarah laughed. Only you know that. Now you have the time to figure it out. Watch Neil as he builds his ships. His hobby became a lifesaver. Neil gets so absorbed in the process, and he's happy. I see it in his smile and his actions. And you, my dear, need to find what makes you happy. Our world is a reflection of ourselves. If you keep pitying yourself and letting others use you, the world will conform to that. But if you learn to love yourself, the world will love you too. That's the golden rule. And now, let's go get your jacket. Promise me you won't try to save money. Choose the one you like at first sight. Understood? But there you go with but again. As long as you keep finding excuses to deny yourself immediate pleasure, nothing will work out. I've arranged your vacation, so your vacation pay will be coming soon. What better reason to spend it? And don't worry about a roof over your head. You'll soon experience what it's like to live without being harnessed to a plough, just for yourself. Early on Monday morning, after Sarah had left for work, Anna drank her coffee and tried to find something to occupy herself with. She sat in the kitchen, browsing through craft websites, when Neil entered. "Well, how are you doing, young lady?" he asked cheerfully. "I'm trying to figure out what I'm passionate about, following Sarah's advice," Anna replied sadly. "I've never even had a hobby. There are so many ideas online. Publishing, soap making, painting. But I'm not creative at all. I can't do anything. You look at other people's work and realize how talented they are, and I'm just worthless." "Oh, nonsense," the man said, sitting down across from her. "You know, I used to think my hands were only good for the helm. I sailed and sailed. Then, bam, I lost an eye and became disabled. At first, I struggled with idleness. I was used to always being on the move. I sat around for 6 months. Then Roy gave me a model of a battleship for a holiday. It still sits on my shelf. Oh, I struggled with it for a long time. First, I had to glue everything together, then paint it by hand. Want to see it?" "Can I?" Anna's eyes lit up. "Why not?" the man smiled. "Though I rarely let anyone into my workshop. It looks like you need it." Neil gently pushed open the door to his room. The space was filled with sunlight, in which dust particles danced. It smelled of varnish and wood. This scent immediately filled Anna with a sense of peace and joy. The woman looked enchanted at the contents of the shelves filling the space. Sailboats of all kinds proudly displayed their sharp bows. Their hulls gleamed with varnish, and their sails billowed. "How beautiful!" Anna exclaimed, barely breathing. Even speaking amidst all this splendour seemed impolite, unethical. "Did you make all of this?" "This is just a small part," Neil chuckled. "Most of these are for sale, waiting for their new owners. But there are some models I wouldn't part with for any amount of money. Look here." The man led Anna to a small pedestal on which sat a sailboat of remarkable beauty. "This is my Meg, my firstborn. I named her Meg after my mother. Roy didn't even know what his gift would turn into." "Wow, such detail! It must have taken a lot of time to work on it," Anna marvelled. When you enjoy the work, you don't notice anything or anyone around you. But imagine the joy of seeing the result. Yes, I spent about 5 months on Meg. Now it takes a little over a week to assemble one model, not counting drying and polishing. But back then everything was new and a lot didn't work out. But I learned to work with paints, trained myself to be patient, and even set the sails myself. Sarah is happy when I come out of the workshop satisfied and show her my latest creation. Although I know she often grumbles that I sit alone for a long time and don't let her into the process. But creativity is a solitary endeavour. Any noise can interfere with doing it the way you initially wanted. And sometimes it's the opposite. I listen to Sarah's cheerful chatter in the kitchen, and an idea comes to mind. The model of a sailboat should be accurate, but over the years I've developed my own style and sometimes allow myself some liberties. People line up for these liberties. "And how much are people willing to pay for such beauty?" Anna asked.
"Quite a bit," the man laughed. "But for me, money is not the main thing. You see, when you see the eyes of a satisfied customer, you forget your back hurts from sitting for a long time, and your fingers are sore from paints and varnish."
"May I try it?" Anna suddenly asked.
"Go ahead. I won't trust you with the fine work just yet. But if it turns out well, who knows? Here, sit down. You can varnish the deck on this beauty."
Neil sat Anna down at the table and placed a small jar of dark, thick varnish in front of her.
"Hold the brush like this, gently, as if it's the most precious thing in your life. Carefully dip it and make long, confident strokes along the entire surface. And don't shake too much. In the worst case, we can wash it off and start over."
Anna gently took the brush and started working. At first it didn't go well. The varnish dried quickly, leaving gaps, but under Neil's careful guidance, the work went faster. Anna felt an unfamiliar confidence, but it wasn't just that. The process was like a kind of meditation. With each stroke of the brush, the woman became immersed in the task, forgetting everything else. Her insecurity, sorrows and worries vanished.
"See? And you said you're not a creative person. Anna, you're doing very well. I would even say you have a real talent for this. A little practice and you'll surpass me."
"Oh, come on," she smiled. "It's just varnish.
I could never put together an entire ship." "Why not? Let's try it. I have a simple model right here."
The man climbed a small stepladder and took a box from the shelf.
"Look, this is an Italian tartana. There's not much work here, but you'll have to deal with some details. Let's glue a few parts now and put them under pressure, and we'll join what we can dry."
The process went quickly. When Neil announced that they were done for the day, Anna was almost disappointed.
"Don't worry, we can continue tomorrow. You're doing well. So right after breakfast, I'll expect you here. Agreed?"
"Of course. I didn't think it would be so engaging," Anna rejoiced.
"This is just the beginning." Neil winked mysteriously with his one eye. "Give it time, young lady. I'll make a real captain out of you."
Anna came to life. For a whole week, she barely left Neil's workshop. The tartana gradually took the shape of a ship. With each glued plank and each attached mast, the woman's mood improved. She became so engrossed in the process that in the evenings she voraciously consumed any information about ancient sailing ships, their varieties, and history. Neil happily taught her the basics of the craft, while Sarah could only marvel.
"I struggled with one, and now there's another," the woman laughed. "Do you like it, Anna?"
"I love it," her protege said with a wide smile. "It seems this is precisely what you were talking about. Neil says I have talent. I can't even imagine how I'll go back to work now."
"And what will I do when I move out of your place?"
"No one is chasing you away, dear. Stay as long as you need. And I'm glad you found a hobby. You look like a person now, not a gloomy shadow. Your cheeks are rosy and there's a sparkle in your eyes that anyone would envy. As for work, no more extra shifts. Now, you need to spend all your spare time on yourself, not on making money. You're on your own now. No one is taking money from you. You'll gradually sort out your debts. And if your work takes off, I think you'll have additional income. Right, dear?"
"Indeed," the man grunted. "You can't find such a student anywhere. There are many orders and I can't always handle them alone. Together, we can please more clients. So, Anna, it's all in your hands."
The next day, Anna entered the workshop as usual and began her work. She enjoyed not only sitting over the tartana model, but also listening for hours to Neil's stories about distant seas, interesting and unusual incidents from his past work. They talked at length about life and people.
"Well, I think it's time to promote you to a sailor," the man announced, examining another part Anna had assembled. At that moment, the doorbell rang.
Who could that be? Anna froze. The thought flashed through her mind that it was Stephen, who had found her and was now trying to win her back.
Shuffling in his slippers, Neil went to open the door. He was gone for a couple of minutes, and then the woman heard approaching voices. She froze again. No, Anna thought. If it was Stephen, Neil wouldn't even let him in the door. And yet... Anna? The host's head appeared in the doorway. Come out for a minute. Taking a deep breath, the girl obeyed and headed into the hallway. Neil stood there, mysteriously squinting, accompanied by an unfamiliar man. At the sight of the latter, Anna's breath caught. He was a tall, dark-haired, handsome man about her age. His face was adorned with a rough stubble and a dark tan, against which the stranger's eyes seemed surprisingly blue and deep. Meet Roy, my son, and this is the lovely young lady, our protégée, Anna. Very pleased to meet you, Anna. Roy greeted her with a deep baritone. I didn't expect that in my absence my parents wouldn't be bored at all. I see, Dad, you even let her into the workshop. Not just let her in, Neil interrupted. Anna is officially my student and is a very promising model maker. Really? The young man squinted. Glad to hear it. I hope you're not too hard on her, Dad. I know your methods. Methods? Anna has talent. I don't need any methods. Got it, Roy conceded, raising his hands. I'm only here for a week. There was a break in the expedition. Sometimes you just want to return to civilization. Mum will be pleased. You should have told us in advance. We could have prepared. What's there to prepare? Roy laughed. The main thing is that you're here. Seeing Anna for a moment, I thought Mum was again trying to find me a wife. Oh, Sonny, don't you go getting any ideas about Anna. She's having a hard time with her divorce. Is that so? All right, I'll keep that in mind. Roy laughed, and Anna blushed deeply. I'll go take a shower then, and we'll chat later. Excuse me, Anna, can I come in? Roy knocked on the door of his bedroom. Oh, Anna blushed. Yes, of course. It's just a bit awkward. This is your room, and you have to ask for permission. It's nothing. The man entered, smiling. It's my fault. I came unexpected. I have my own apartment nearby, but I don't like it. It's empty and cold. Yes, Sarah mentioned that. She also mentioned that you're a geologist. Almost. That's too broad a term. I work in the oil and gas industry, exploring new lands for the presence of useful minerals and the possibility of developing deposits. Wow, that must be very interesting. I've never been to the north or anywhere like that. Although as a child I was always drawn to nature. So what's the problem? Next time I come, let's go on a hike. I love that stuff. You'll get into it quickly. You'll know right away if it's for you or not. I'm not suggesting starting with something grand. For example, White Rocks. The trail is even easy in winter. We can just drive there tomorrow. It's only 50 kilometers away. The main thing is to dress warmly. I can do that, especially since I need to check my jacket. Great, then wake up early tomorrow. The ships can wait. We'll be back by evening. When Roy left, Anna lay for a long time, staring at the ceiling. Inside her, a flock of butterflies seemed to flutter. The company of this young geologist was pleasant to her. The guy seemed to radiate from within, but Anna felt something else as well. She liked Roy from the first moment she saw him. There was something in him that she hadn't seen in any other man she had ever met. The feeling rose from somewhere deep in her stomach and spread through her body as a pleasant warmth. She wanted to sing, dream, and not think about anything. It's a shame that men like him prefer not to tie themselves down with marriage, Anna thought. No wonder, Sarah thought. His work comes first. Besides, he's been married before. He probably avoids women. Oh, what am I thinking? I've only known the guy for one day, and I'm already spinning love tales. He doesn't even like me. So what if he invited me on a hike? Exactly 1 year had passed since Anna left her husband. Not once since then had she regretted her decision. Life began to move rapidly. Suddenly the woman realized that her salary was enough to cover her basic needs, and even leave something to pay off her credit card debts. Soon, Anna paid off all her debts quickly. In just 6 months of intense work with Neil, she began earning her first money from selling ship models. The woman continued to work at the factory, devoting her evenings and weekends to her new hobby. 2 months ago, she finally moved out of her benefactor's home. The couple was, of course, a little sad, especially Neil, but they also had reason to be happy. After all, Anna hadn't gone far. She had simply moved in with Roy. It turned out that the feelings were mutual. It only took a couple of trips to nature for the man to confess to Anna that he had felt a kindred spirit in her from the first moment he saw her. However, he didn't propose marriage. But that was even better. Both had painfully gone through divorces, and both sincerely believed that formalities meant nothing to those who felt genuine feelings. Roy was absent most of the time, but when he returned, he showered his beloved with attention and care. And this time was only theirs. As soon as the door closed behind Roy again, Anna could calmly devote herself to her beloved craft. The woman's work quickly gained recognition, to which Neil certainly contributed, but the acknowledgement flattered Anna and gave her the strength to continue, perfecting her skill. Sometimes Anna would take a well-deserved day off. This day happened regularly, once a month, and she dedicated it solely to herself. Usually, on such a day off, Anna would get ready as early as possible, dress up and simply go for a walk, stopping at cosy cafes, perfume shops, exhibitions, or just interesting places along the way. This is how she drew pleasure, which, as it turned out, gave her much more energy than just lying on the couch during breaks between shifts. And this leisure time proved beneficial for her creative work. Anna often noticed the unusual in the most ordinary landscapes of her small town, in shop windows and signs, even in road signs. Sometimes she saw special shades of colours in the lipstick samples displayed in the window, and then she would carefully mix pigments to paint the sails, stripes on the hulls of ships, or flags on the deck in something similar. This Sunday morning was beautiful. Anna immediately decided to go to the city centre to get some fresh air and gather new impressions. She applied light makeup, put on a warm knitted dress with elegant stitching, and styled her hair beautifully. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, the woman threw on a fur coat and called a taxi. "Anna!" someone called out to her as she exited the cafe. "Anna, is that you?" The voice seemed familiar to Anna, and she turned around. Standing before her was Stephen. It was definitely him, although he looked much thinner, unshaven, and somehow not the same as the woman had known him before. All his arrogance, haughtiness, and bravado were gone. Anna even felt sorry for him. "Stephen!" the woman exclaimed in surprise. "Well, this is a meeting. It's been a long time since we saw each other." "Indeed, it's been a while," the man smirked. "And you, I see, are only getting better. The coat of yours is gorgeous, obviously expensive, and the handbag, and you've finally learned how to use lipstick." Was that sarcasm just now? Anna looked intently into her ex-husband's eyes. "Not at all, I was just paying you a compliment. It's clear you've found yourself a decent man and are living it up. I doubt you could afford such an outfit on your factory salary. And the cafe, it's not the cheapest. Since when do you even drink coffee? And you, it seems, still haven't found a new victim to support you. You look terrible, to be honest." Anna laughed. "Are you still unemployed?" "I work as a loader part-time and as a night watchman. I have to live on something. Not everyone is lucky enough to snag a rich sugar daddy." "I see. Well, first of all, I'm glad you finally went against your principles and stooped to ordinary human problems. Working is noble, whether it's as a loader, a cleaner, or anything else. Money doesn't stink. And secondly, I don't have any sugar daddy. Over the years of living together, you should have understood that I can't live off someone else. I earned this coat and purse myself. It turns out that you were consuming almost the entire budget. And without you, there's plenty of money left. See, it's enough for decent clothes and even coffee." "And you've improved your appearance too," Stephen whistled. "I didn't even realise you were such a beauty." "Listen, are you hitting on me?" Anna asked sharply, stepping back from Stephen. "Well, why not? After all, you're my wife, even if you're my ex. And since you don't have anyone, maybe we should give it another try." "That's funny," Anna sneered. "But what makes you think I don't have anyone?" "You said yourself that there's no sugar daddy." "There's no sugar daddy, but there is someone I love. Truly love. Understand? Someone who doesn't use me, but respects and values me." "Oh, really? And where is he?" the ex-husband asked sarcastically. "On an expedition. He'll be back in a few days. I'll introduce you if you like, though I doubt you'll like him." Proudly lifting her head, Anna descended the steps and walked down the sidewalk without looking back. The light frost pleasantly nipped at her skin, and the freshly fallen snow crunched loudly under her heels. The phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a message from Roy. "I love you, and count the days until my arrival," Anna read aloud. Smiling broadly at the passers-by, the girl walked through the city. It seemed as if the whole world was smiling back at her.
"Where did you get pregnant? Go back there," growled the stepmother, glaring menacingly at Thea. Hilary stood in the hallway, hands on her hips, trying to block the corridor with her body. It seemed as though the stepmother had taken a fighting stance, expecting Thea to try to force her way through and break into her former childhood room. Of course, Thea would never do such a thing. She closed her eyes for a moment, feeling weak. The journey to the apartment had taken the last of her strength. She leaned against the doorframe, wanting to catch her breath or at least figure out what to do next. December was coming to an end, and with it, the whole year. A year that had brought the inhabitants of the metropolis, and indeed the whole world, both joy and sorrow, love and partings, illnesses and miraculous healings. Thea, a beautiful young woman, looking back, could have called the past year one of the most wonderful in her life. In the snowy fairy tale-like January, she met Ian Keller, and if there is such a thing as love at first sight, then this was surely it. Although sometimes Ian, slyly squinting, would declare that their love had almost sent him to the other world. The thing was, Thea was studying to be a confectioner in culinary school. She was also a volunteer, and when she, as the best student in her course, was offered to participate in a charity evening organised by a local confectionery, she did not refuse. The confectioners at this festival prepared the sweet masterpieces, and the money raised from their sale was sent to orphanages. Ian was brought to this festival by his friend Sam. Sam came to the cafe with his girlfriend Dana, who had been raised in the orphanage. Ian simply wanted to spend the day off with his friends, but the second he saw Thea, he completely forgot about them. The girl, with her grey eyes and a slight blush on her cheeks, looked like a sugar fairy. She had pulled her light brown hair into a high bun, revealing her delicate features. Dressed in a snow-white chef's jacket, biting her lower lip in concentration, Thea was decorating beautiful cupcakes with berries and pieces of chocolate. Ian's feet carried him to her table. He couldn't remember how he managed to eat several cakes just to talk to the wonderful girl, and he completely forgot about his allergy to strawberries. He wouldn't have died from a few berries, but Ian had eaten more than a few. Fortunately, Sam approached the table in time, and seeing his friend's reddening face, raised the alarm. Ian was taken out through the back door so as not to frighten the guests with his swollen face, and was rushed to the hospital to save the hapless Romeo. Later, Ian could not explain why he had not paid attention to the berries,
which he had skillfully avoided since childhood. Perhaps it was because he was looking only into the girl's grey eyes, which were like the morning mist or the winter sky. Ian was surprised when the very girl he had been thinking about came to see him in the hospital the next day. Thea, looking embarrassed and even guilty, brought some cakes. "They're strawberry-free," she said, placing the box on the table and tucking a strand of light brown hair behind her ear. "I'm sorry that it turned out this way. I dreamed that people would faint from my desserts, but not literally." "I'm not sorry," Ian blurted out, looking at Thea and feeling his heart constrict under his ribs. "I mean, I didn't dream of spending my weekend on a hospital bed, but it was worth eating strawberries to see you again." Thea laughed briefly, her cheeks flushing again. She shook her head. "Next time, just ask me out on a date. You don't have to risk your life." Ian took her advice. Soon the young couple realised that the concept of kindred spirits was not just an empty phrase. Thea and Ian sincerely felt that they were made for each other. Ian became a ray of light in the darkness that had enveloped Thea. In July, they found out that she was expecting a child from the man she loved. The doctor told the surprised young woman, who was busy graduating from culinary school and dealing with other problems, that the baby under her heart was already more than 2 months old. The pregnancy had been almost imperceptible. Was Thea afraid to tell Ian? No, she was not afraid. However, her excitement made her heart beat faster. After all, Ian's parents did not like her, which complicated the situation. Rather, it was Mrs. Keller who could not stand her, while Mr. Keller treated her with calm indifference. The man was much more interested in work processes than in who his heir was dating. However, Ian was overjoyed when he heard the news. He hugged Thea, wanting to spin her around, but then stopped, afraid of hurting her. "How I love you, Thea," he exclaimed, kissing her face. Thea cried with happiness, offering her cheeks, forehead, and chin for his kisses, looking into his brown eyes and asking, "Are you sure everything will be okay? After all, you're just finishing university, and I'm finishing my school." "I am sure that I love you more than life itself. I am sure that I want to have children with you, and if God willed that the child should come now, then so be it. Don't worry about anything. I will take care of you both." After graduating from university, Ian started working at his father's architectural firm, which he was destined to head one day. And Thea, having finished her studies at culinary school, got a job at a good confectionery. For now, she was just gaining experience, but she dreamed of opening her own little place with sweet pastries one day. In July, Ian, as a birthday present, took his girlfriend to France to admire the Eiffel Tower or stroll through the Louvre. However, in reality, Ian did it so that his sweet-toothed girlfriend could try the very desserts she had dreamed of: meringue, tarte tatin, parfait, soufflé and eclairs. Once Thea could not even dream of this. To stroll along French streets, lavender fields of Provence, or Disneyland, Paris, stuffing herself with croissants and beignets, and holding the hand of her beloved. The trip seemed like a sweet dream. In the last day, when they were sitting in a charming cafe, Ian, blushing deeply, took a small box out of his pocket and proposed to her. He confessed that he had been waiting for the right moment. He thought, like everyone else, of going down on one knee beneath the famous tower, but realised that it was not their place. But here, in this cosy cafe, where French music played softly, and the air was filled with the aromas of coffee, vanilla and sugar, the moment had come. Thea said yes, and gently kissed Ian. They decided to have the wedding a year later, in the summer, when Thea would have already given birth to their child. Neither Thea nor Ian were in any hurry, sincerely believing that they had a long and happy life ahead of them.
In August, the groom and bride found out that they were expecting a daughter. Ian, pressing the back of his fiancée's hand to his lips, confidently declared, "I knew it. With a sweet tooth like yours, you could only have a sweet marshmallow princess." The pregnancy progressed smoothly. Ian's parents, though they still disapproved of their son's choice, did nothing drastic. Thea and Ian began living together in a cosy, bright apartment. Thea chose furniture for the nursery, bought toys and lovely dresses. She awaited the meeting with their daughter. Sometimes she would wake up in the morning because the little one was kicking inside her belly, as if eager to meet her mum and dad. Ian would be snoring nearby. The dawn sun would peek at them from behind the curtains. In such moments, Thea would freeze, afraid to even breathe too heavily and scare away the happiness that had nestled in her chest. She couldn't help but wonder if she truly deserved such happiness. One quickly gets used to the good. Happiness no longer seemed fragile to Thea. She believed that all of this was forever. However, then December came. The grey, gloomy sky seemed to hang low over the city, breathing moisture and cold onto it. There was no snow. It rained, and the winds howled. At night they moaned, knocking on the windows of the city's residents, begging, demanding to be let in. The temperature dropped, turning the metropolis's roads into icy traps. In December, Thea entered her 9th month of pregnancy. The future parents argued about what to name their child. Ian insisted on the name Eileen, while Thea liked the name Molly. They also wondered in which year the baby would be born. The doctors, playing the role of fortune-tellers, predicted the due date to be January the 7th. Or perhaps the little one would decide to make a more spectacular entrance on the 31st. "I don't want to give birth on New Year's," Thea worried. "I've heard the doctors don't want to deliver babies on holidays. Plus, I don't want to spend the holiday alone in the hospital. I want mandarins, a Christmas tree, and even the fireworks." "You will never be alone again. I will be by your side. I will even sing to you myself," Ian promised, somewhat calming his fiancée. However, Ian could not keep his promise. One December night, when the wind was particularly fierce and large raindrops pounded against the window, Thea felt unwell. Her stomach ached terribly, and she felt a pulling sensation. The woman was genuinely frightened, though Ian looked even more alarmed. "Don't panic!" The man jumped to his feet, first grabbing his dark hair and then the pre-packed bag. "I'll take you to the hospital now." The car drove along the slippery road, the wipers diligently working to clear the windshield of the persistent raindrops. Ian gripped the steering wheel tightly, peering into the night's darkness. "You know, it's probably a false alarm," Thea mumbled, feeling drowsy from the ride. "I think I'm feeling better. Maybe it was just false contractions. I don't know." "Really?" Ian asked with a smile, turning to his sleepy spouse. "Good, but I'll still take you to see the doctor." Ian didn't get to finish. Thea didn't understand what had happened. Ian shouted something, perhaps her name, but she wasn't sure. The woman opened her eyes, her drowsiness giving way to fear, but it didn't have time to penetrate her soul. Impact. The world spins around. Darkness. Thea regained consciousness in the hospital. Seeing the walls of the ward, she fearfully jumped up, nearly tearing the IV catheter from her arm. "Easy, Mummy," the doctor restrained her. Thea didn't hear him. She was examining her large belly, feeling it with her hands. Noticing her state, the doctor hurried to reassure the patient. "The baby is fine, and so are you. Consider it a New Year's miracle. You don't even have a scratch from the accident." "Thank God the baby is okay," she exhaled, falling back onto the pillows, stroking her belly. However, Thea's relief was short-lived. She gasped again, clutching the sleeve of the doctor's coat. "And Ian? Ian, what happened to him? What happened? You said there was an accident."
The doctor looked away, and a chill ran down Thea's spine. In your condition, you shouldn't be worried right now. We can discuss everything later.
No, Thea demanded. I want to know. Believe me, the uncertainty scares me much more.
The doctor looked at her, appraising, then sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. Thea couldn't help but think, looking at his wrinkled face, that he was a good man. First, calm down. The driver of the car is currently in the intensive care unit. The best doctors are taking care of him, he stated. The road was icy, there were already many accidents, and then the driver of a truck fell asleep at the wheel and drove into the oncoming lane.
But how?
Thea shook her head, looking at her trembling but perfectly clean hands. There wasn't a scratch on her, as the doctor had said. No bruise, no contusion. The girl sighed, gently smiling. I think it's because your fiancé made that choice.
What do you mean?
Thea sobbed. Tears were already falling from her grey eyes, rolling down her cheeks, but she didn't even try to wipe them away. It was futile. More tears would take their place. I think you know that in moments of danger people act instinctively, the doctor explained. An accident is no exception. In an accident, the driver turns the wheel to the left at the last moment, saving himself from the impact and exposing the right side of the car. However, your fiancé in those few seconds managed to consider his choice and turned the wheel the other way. I don't know if it was conscious or intuitive, but he clearly wanted to save you and your child, even if it meant sacrificing himself, taking the impact. The doctor paused, as if expecting Thea to ask more questions, but none came. All possible words were stuck in Thea's throat. The doctor, rising, added, I told you the truth so that you know how important your life is to this young man. Therefore, I hope for your cooperation, and that you will follow all the treatment recommendations. The due date is close. You can't take any risks. Also, I ask you to try not to worry about your fiancé. The doctors will do everything possible. Did you hear me? Thea nodded, though the doctor's words penetrated her consciousness with difficulty, making their way through thorny, prickly thoughts. Your fiancé will be fine, the doctor said finally, then left, promising to call the nurse. However, the doctor's predictions did not come true. 4 days later, Thea felt fine and was discharged from the hospital. She returned home, hoping to receive news from Ian soon, but the doctors remained stubbornly silent. That same evening, Ian's enraged mother burst into their apartment. You, she screamed, it's all your fault, you wretch! You stray with no pedigree! You latched onto my boy, found yourself a place in the sun. You were with him for the money, weren't you? For the benefit? And he trusted you, and now he's gone. Thea paled, a chill running through her. The woman's words slapped her, took her breath away.
How can he be gone? She stammered.
Just like that. They didn't save my boy, Mrs. Keller hissed in anger. And he was saving you, you fool. And he was taking you somewhere in the middle of the night, in such bad weather. It's all your fault. You got what you wanted, you viper. He warmed a snake to his chest. Listen, I don't want you near our family, and we don't want your spawn, understand? Don't even hope to acknowledge him, or our grandchild, and get a crumb of the inheritance. Pack your things from my son's apartment, and then get out. She cursed Thea for a long time, but the venomous words did not wound the woman. In her mind there was only one thought. Ian was gone. When are the funerals? Thea asked, barely able to speak, her legs trembling. You think we'll invite you? Don't you have any shame? You are a curse on our family. Get out of here now. I don't want to find a single thing of yours here. Understand? Mrs. Keller was cruel. But it couldn't be said that her reaction surprised Thea much. The woman had never taken his son's bride seriously and sincerely believed that Ian would come to his senses after playing around with this simple girl. She thought he would settle down and return to the family fold. The fact was, the Kellers were quite wealthy and even respected in certain circles. Mr. Keller was an architect, and his wife had once acted in the theatre. Naturally, Mrs. Keller dreamed of a wonderful daughter-in-law with excellent manners and a pedigree like a thoroughbred horse. In her fantasies, Ian's wife wore elegant dresses, drank Earl Grey with her on the terrace at the appointed time, and discussed new theatre productions. To be honest, Mrs. Keller had long ago found a suitable candidate for the role of the next Keller. The girl's name was Christine, and she was the daughter of a jeweller. Moreover, the girl and Ian had known each other since childhood and got along very well. Christine's mother had even whispered to Mrs. Keller that her daughter was madly in love with Ian. Christine studied abroad, returning home only in the summer. That summer, when Thea and Ian were strolling through Paris, Christine returned home and heard the news from her mother. She rushed to Mrs. Keller, crying on her knees. Mrs. Keller comforted the poor girl, assuring her that Ian would come to his senses. But he returned from his trip not with a girlfriend, but with a fiancé, and even said that she was expecting his child. When his mother reproached him and mentioned that he had upset Christine, Ian was genuinely surprised. "Christine is like a sister to me. I've never even held her hand. What kind of relationship could we have? There's no need to confuse your fantasies with reality." Then Ian's father intervened in the argument and told his wife to calm down. "He's an adult, he knows what he's doing. And what do you want? For him to abandon a pregnant woman? Would that be a manly thing to do?" The man shook his head. Mrs. Keller felt her blood pressure rise and her life crumble. Her son's actions, as well as her husband's betrayal, felt like a stab in the back. However, there was nowhere to go. Ian was her only son and heir. But now the terrible accident happened, turning everything upside down, both in the lives of the Kellers and in the life of Thea, who had not yet become part of their family tree. Mrs. Keller left, giving Thea a deadline to pack, and the poor woman obediently started gathering her things. Her hands and feet moved mechanically, as if she had turned into a robot devoid of feelings, programmed to leave the apartment. But as she stepped out into the rainy and dark December evening, Thea realized she had nowhere to go. There were only a few days left until New Year's. All her friends and acquaintances were surely busy. Some had gone away to celebrate. Others were hosting guests in their homes. There was no place for her there, and she didn't want to bring her burden of sorrows into someone else's home. Thea decided to take a desperate step. She called her stepmother. However, Hilary's phone was unavailable. Then Thea boarded a bus and rode to the final stop, to the place where, amidst the grey and gloomy high-rises, she had spent her childhood. Thea did not expect a warm welcome. However, she still hoped that her stepmother might have a spark of conscience and let her stepdaughter into the apartment bought by her late father, at least until the baby was born. Alas, no miracle occurred. "Can't you hear me? Your belly's grown, but your ears have failed. Get out of here!" Hilary fumed. "Hilary," Thea said, lowering her gaze, "please understand I have nowhere to go. I'm due to give birth any day now, and this apartment belonged to my dad. I grew up here." Thea's trembling hands instinctively rested on her large belly, as if wanting to protect the one hidden within. "So what? Prove that the apartment is yours. Legally, everything here is mine," the stepmother snarled even more fiercely. "Besides, there's no place for you here. Understand? I got married. We live here with Marcus and his son from the first marriage. He is using your room. You wouldn't want to live with him, would you?" Thea licked her dry lips. She glanced at the old mirror hanging in the hallway. Once, a small table stood beneath it, holding a home telephone with a dial. Back then, everything was good. Her mum and dad were alive. They loved their daughter and cared for her. In winter they went sledding, and in summer they visited Grandma in the village. Thea remembered when her mother passed away. Her father tried to be a good father. He cared for Thea as best he could, but he was struggling, grieving for his lost wife, whom he loved dearly. The man began to seek solace in the bottom of a bottle, more and more often. They stopped sledding in the winter, and in the summer they no longer visited the village, as her father was ashamed to face his mother-in-law. It got to the point where he drank even at work, coming home on autopilot, collapsing right at the doorstep. She loved him nonetheless, sincerely and deeply. She would take off his dirty boots and help him to the sofa. She would cover him with a blanket. Having become independent at a young age, Thea cooked porridge and soups for him, boiled pasta, generously pouring ketchup over it. The man also loved his daughter. Sometimes he would even cry, ask for her forgiveness, and hug her. He promised he would change, quit drinking. Thea believed him. Sometimes he would sober up, but it never lasted long. And then Hilary appeared. She quickly charmed Thea's father, fed him some home-cooked meals, and promised to take care of his daughter. But with every hearty dinner, she placed a shot glass next to his plate. Sometimes she joined him. Within a year, they were married. Hilary did everything to ensure her husband remained in a perpetual state of intoxication. Then she persuaded the man to transfer the property to her. And then he was gone, a blood clot. The neighbours said he drank himself to death. By that time, even Grandma Brenda was gone, and the stepmother kicked her stepdaughter out of the apartment as soon as she turned 18, though Thea herself did not want to stay near that woman. Thea had long known how to earn a living, and the culinary school provided her with a room in the dormitory. But fate forced her to return to the doorstep of what was once her home, though the mirror still bore the faded sticker from a piece of gum that Thea had stuck there at 6 years old. Though the old wallpaper in the hallway was adorned with random letters she had scrawled with a blue pen when she first learned to write, and even though her bedroom door frame bore the notches where her dad marked her height, this apartment was no longer her home. Everything here was strange, because a home is not just walls. A home is the people who love you. Thea had no such people left. "I'll go," Thea nodded. "Go on, get out of here," her stepmother grumbled, waving her hands and rushing the guest. "Marcus will be back soon with his son from training, and here you are. What will I tell them? They haven't even heard of you." Thea left. The door slammed shut behind her. The young woman stood still for a moment, deciding what to do. She automatically walked to the stairs, descended a few steps, and then the door swung open again. "Stop!" Her grandmother's voice struck Thea in the back. A faint glimmer of hope to reignite in Thea's chest. Maybe the stepmother would change her mind, at least let her spend the night in the apartment. But the stepmother, grunting, dragged an old sports bag onto the landing. One of its handles was torn and crudely mended with woolen thread. Thea knew this because she had done the repair herself. Her father used to take this bag on his business trips. "Here, we started renovating your old room. I was going to take it all to the dump, but I never got around to it. So the bag's been lying on the balcony. Since you're here, take your stuff." After this tirade, the woman turned sharply and rushed back into the apartment. Thea stared blankly at the bag. She felt as though all her emotions had been drained. Nothing remained. Yet she still bent down, unzipped the bag to see what was inside. The stepmother had crammed in everything she could find: a school notebook, a frog statuette, a small wooden box. Thea picked it up,
trying to remember what she had kept inside. Her heart ached. Inside lay a photograph of her mother, taken for her passport, and a key. And then a jolt of realization struck Thea. Her hand grew sweaty. She stared at the key as if it were the magical key that would open a secret door. She did have a place to go after all, her grandmother's house. Small, just one story and dilapidated, it stood beyond the city limits in the village. Thea remembered telling her fiancé about the village, insisting that she would take him there one day. "You showed me Paris, and I'll show you my village," she had giggled. "I was there as a child when my mum was still alive. After that, Dad never went there, not even once. When Grandma Brenda passed away, I inherited the house and the land." "So you're a rich heiress," Ian had laughed in response. Thea had scoffed. "Oh yes, I own a plot of land in the middle of nowhere with no internet, where people still heal with plantain, and maybe summon rain with a drum. That's how I remember my village from my childhood." However, now that Thea needed a roof over her head, she felt as though her guardian angel, or perhaps her grandmother herself, had placed the key to her house in her hand. Thea struggled to reach her grandmother's house. At the bus station, she got on a regional bus and finally had to spend a considerable sum on a taxi. The road to the village was snowed in. In this backwater, snowplows did not clear the way for residents in the mornings. In the village, a winter fairy tale reigned. The sky was full of bright stars. Thea's feet sank into the snowdrifts, which sparkled like silver under the moon. The small houses looked like gingerbread houses, their roofs adorned with white icing. Soft light glowed in some windows. Smoke rose from the chimneys. Thea took a deep breath, the air so clean and sweet that she wanted to breathe it in fully. She smiled, but then tears welled up in her eyes again. She had hoped that after so many years of absence, she would return to her grandmother's house with Ian and their daughter. But now Ian was gone. At least she would have Eileen, and for her, she had to try. The taxi driver refused to drive her through the narrow streets, so the pregnant woman had to make her own way, dragging her bags through the snow. Her feet sank into the crunchy snowdrifts. Large, fluffy snowflakes fell from the sky, melting on the young woman's face. Despite the cold, by the time Thea reached the right gate, she was breathing heavily and sweating under her coat, but she attributed it to the physical exertion. "Phew!" she exhaled, stopping and looking at the house. Grandma's house, if Thea was not mistaken in the darkness, did not look very welcoming. It looked at the girl with dark windows as if reproaching her for her long absence. Grandma Brenda had bad legs. Thea couldn't remember why, but her grandmother limped and couldn't walk for long. However, her hands were golden. With these hands she often hugged Thea. She braided her long light brown hair into pigtails, and always sang beautiful old songs while doing so. She baked pies with homemade jam and cabbage, treated her granddaughter to sugar candies on a stick, and dried apples, which she kept in a cloth bag. She knitted socks, scarves, and mittens for her. Before bed, the old woman told her granddaughter fairy tales about mermaids and forest spirits, which seemed a bit scary but very interesting to the girl. And she took her to visit her friends. Thea loved these gatherings. The grandmothers and her elderly friends drank homemade liquor, giggled like girls, sang songs and gossiped. Yes, Grandma spoiled and loved Thea in her childhood, and before her death she did not forget her granddaughter, leaving her the little house as an inheritance. And she, ungrateful, called her once a month, promised to come but never did. It was shameful, painful. It just seemed to her that then her grandmother would live forever, and when she was gone, Thea saw no point in coming to the village. It was painful to live in a house where there was no loved one, and now she had to enter it for the first time since her grandmother's funeral. Thea sighing as if diving into a pond with icy water, walked through the gate and then opened the door to her grandmother's house. Inside, it was dark, damp and cold. The moonlight barely illuminated the rooms. Spiders had long settled in the corners, and dust lay on the tables instead of tablecloths. Thea, without much hope, flicked the light switch. There was no electricity. No one had paid the bill. Thea turned on the flashlight on her phone and looked around. She noticed her grandmother's baskets piled in a corner. She picked up an overturned stool. "Well, never mind," Thea said to herself with forced cheer. "I have hands, so everything will be fine. The main thing is that I'm not out on the street for New Year's." Thea worried a bit, thinking about the uncertain future. What would the neighbours say? A city girl had shown up, pregnant, and where would she find doctors in the village? Would the ambulance arrive in time if she went into labour? And, as if in response to her anxious thoughts, Thea felt her water break. The woman first blushed, then turned pale. Thea grabbed her phone, her trembling hands dialing the emergency number. But there was no signal. Not only was the village far away, but the weather also dictated its conditions. No, please, not this," Thea stammered, vainly trying to call somewhere. "Come on, you useless piece of plastic." In response to her words, the smartphone, as if offended by the insult to its person, flickered once and turned off. In the cold and working as a flashlight, its battery drained much faster. "Damn it!" Thea gasped, tossing the phone aside. Not knowing what to do, she rushed to the neighbours. Thea didn't really remember who lived there, but panic nipped at her heels. Mrs. and Mr. MacDonald were already getting ready for bed when someone started pounding on their door with their fists. The elderly woman, rolling out of bed with the agility of a sprinter, grabbed the poker. "Who's there?" the old man barked, and thinking, added belligerently, "I have a gun." "Forgive me. My name is Thea. I am Brenda's daughter. She used to live next door to you. Please help me." While Mr. MacDonald was still trying to understand if he was dreaming, Mrs. MacDonald, dropping the poker, hurried to open the door. "Good heavens! Could it be? Thea, it is you! But what's wrong with you?" the elderly woman exclaimed, leading Thea to a couch. "Ben, what are you standing there like a stump for? Help! Her legs won't hold her. Oh, dear Lord. Are you by any chance in labour?" Thea nodded and then murmured, "It's too early. I wasn't supposed to be due yet." She took a deep breath and continued, "I need a doctor. A phone to call an ambulance. Something." The elderly woman, looking at the suffering girl, clicked her tongue. "We'll call right away, but even if we do get through, the doctors won't make it here in time. A blizzard is starting and our doctor is away. We'll do it like this." She turned to her husband, who was putting on warm pants. "Ben, go clean the guest room, then gather the neighbours. Maybe someone can help. Bring Jane too, and definitely bring Zoe. She used to be a midwife." Then everything became a blur for Thea, a kaleidoscope of events and faces. She felt sick and in pain, but then it would ease again. Thea felt as if she were floating, sometimes sinking, sometimes surfacing. Mrs. MacDonald talked to her, not letting her lose consciousness. "Don't be afraid of anything, dear. We'll help you. Our girls will pray for you too. Zoe will be here soon. She has helped many a baby into the world," Grandma continued to mutter. "And Jane will be here too. She's a veterinarian, by the grace of God." "A veterinarian? But I'm not a goat," Thea bleated, now uncertain of anything. Soon the midwife Zoe arrived with an incredibly kind face, and Jane, the veterinarian, with a very pale face. It was clear that she would also prefer to meet a pregnant goat rather than Thea, but she had to help. The two old women and one younger woman bustled around Thea, encouraging her as if she were their own. They told her when and how to push, and Mrs. MacDonald wiped the labouring woman's forehead with a wet towel, assuring her that it wouldn't be much longer. "Everything is fine," she said. "Just a little bit more, and you'll hold your baby." Zoe also praised Thea, but in her own way. "You have good hips. It's going smoothly. You're breathing right. Good job," the old woman said matter-of-factly. "The baby is coming along well. Don't worry." A minute later, or maybe half an hour, or maybe even an hour, Thea had no idea how much time had passed. She felt relief and heard a baby's cry. "A girl, a beauty," Zoe proclaimed, very pleased with herself. "What a voice, strong and healthy." "What will you name her?" Mrs. MacDonald asked, handing the mother her baby and admiring her. "Eileen," Thea replied without hesitation. "That's what her father wanted." The birth of the little one was celebrated by the entire awakened and alarmed village. Mr. MacDonald, in his joy, had a bit too much to drink, but his wife did not scold him. The occasion was worthy. "Don't even think about going back to your shack until we fix it up. You'll catch your death in there, both you and the baby," the elderly woman told her guest. "What do you mean, fix it up?" the woman asked in amazement. "Well, how could we not? I don't know why you came back to the village in the middle of winter and night. If you'd like to, you'll tell us yourself. I won't pry. But I doubt you ran away from a good life," the perceptive old woman declared. "So we'll help you however we can." Thea almost burst into tears then. It was only at that moment that she realised she had come to the village, to strangers. Yet some knew her grandmother. Many had seen Thea herself a long time ago, but they owed her nothing. And they had saved her and her daughter, and they continued to help, even though she hadn't asked. "Thank you," Thea sobbed. "No need to cry. Your milk will be spoiled," the old woman joked, and then added, "Do you still love jam-filled pastries? I'll make some for you, dear." "Why did you help me?" Thea couldn't hold back. "Why did all of you—" Grandma was surprised. "What? Are we some kind of beasts? And besides, do you think that no one in our village would help Brenda's granddaughter? After what she did for us?" Mrs. MacDonald shook her head. "How could I face Brenda in heaven if I didn't help?" "What did Grandma do?" Thea asked in amazement. "Your grandmother had a bad leg, right? She injured it saving my grandson. That day it suddenly darkened and the wind started. I ran after my grandson but couldn't find him. Your grandmother also started looking for my Max, and she found him first. Max was playing with the kids under the trees near the forest. Brenda saw how one of the trees was dangerously swaying right over them. Some fool had cut it down but hadn't finished the job. She managed to chase the kids away from the dangerous spot, but she couldn't get away herself. At the last moment, when the tree was already falling on them, she pushed Max away, but she fell. That's how she got her leg injury." In the morning, the paramedics finally made it to the village and checked on Thea and the baby. It turned out that both of them were doing great. Of course, Thea was offered to go to the hospital, but she refused. The worst was over, and there was no need to be in the maternity ward on New Year's. There was a bustle in Grandma Brenda's house. Men brought firewood and heated the stove to warm the house after years of neglect. The women cleaned the dust and cobwebs, spread fresh sheets. When Thea returned to the house, she did not recognize it. It was not just the cleanliness, but the fact that the villagers had taken care of everything, even the things for little Eileen. "Where did all this come from?" Thea asked in amazement. "Well, this," Mrs. MacDonald waved her hand. "This cradle, we took it from the attic. It's old, but we painted it and it looks like new, right? The baby clothes and diapers are left over from Zoe's grandchildren. Various toys? Look, there are even some very old ones, like from my childhood. And we also brought you some dishes, food. We set up a Christmas tree and decorated it. After all, New Year's is coming soon.
Eileen's first New Year. What's a home without a Christmas tree?
Thea celebrated the New Year not alone. She was with her little daughter, who had her father's chin with a dimple and dark hair, and beside her were people who had become close to her in such a short time. When it was almost midnight, Mr. MacDonald took a bottle of champagne, and his wife squinted fearfully, worried that the cork would hit her in the eye.
"Have you thought of a wish to make?"
Mrs. MacDonald asked Thea. Thea shook her head. "I don't have any wishes, or rather, I don't believe they come true," Thea confessed, remembering how she once wished for her mother to get better, and then asked for her father to stop drinking.
"But what if this one comes true?"
Mrs. MacDonald winked.
"And one glass won't hurt you or Eileen. Maybe it will even help you sleep better."
Thea just smiled and shook her head, but she did not argue. The first strike of the clock tower sounded on the TV. Mr. MacDonald chuckled, filling the glasses of his wife and guest with sparkling wine. The foam bubbled over, spilling onto Thea's fingers. The woman laughed.
"Make a wish," Mrs. MacDonald demanded. I want my relatives to visit me more often. They moved to their city and don't show their faces here."
Mrs. MacDonald downed her glass in one gulp. She missed her grandchildren and great-grandchildren very much.
"And I want a new boat, for fishing later."
Mr. MacDonald sighed dreamily, but under his wife's stern gaze he added,
"And let the great-grandchildren come. I would take them for a ride on this boat on the lake."
Another glass disappeared, promising happiness in the new year. There were only a few strikes left. The old couple looked at Thea expectantly.
"Oh, well, I want—"
Thea saw Ian's smiling face before her eyes, but she still said through the piercing pain in her heart, "I just want Eileen and I to be happy in the new year." Bubbles from the drink tickled her nose. Thea snorted with laughter, finishing her glass with the last strike of the clock. Later, they ate salads. Mr. MacDonald played the accordion, and Eileen snored in her crib, indifferent to the holidays. And when Thea fell asleep, hugging her daughter, she felt hope in her heart that maybe, some day, her wish would come true. In the new year, Thea's life flowed calmly and well. Caring for her daughter did not allow her to fall into sadness, longing or despair. Yes, she often thought about Ian, but she kept a smile on her face because she had someone to live for. Over time, Thea became more and more enchanted with the rural life. Yes, maybe the toilet was outside, and the neighbour's rooster, Cardinal, seemed to have lost both his sense of time and conscience, starting to crow under the windows at 3 a.m, as if begging to be put in a soup. But all this was made up for by the clean air that her newborn baby breathed. This was something that could not be bought for any amount of money. Thea was surrounded not by shop signs or billboards, but by pine and birch trees. There was less noise, fewer cars, fewer queues. Life flowed at a leisurely pace, and this was precisely what a mother on maternity leave could dream of. But most of all, Thea was amazed by the atmosphere of kindness and coziness that the residents had created for her and her daughter. Mr. MacDonald and Mrs. MacDonald visited them often, helped with the household chores, gave valuable advice, and simply did not let the neighbours feel lonely. Other villagers also often visited Thea, rarely coming empty-handed. They brought her homemade eggs, cottage cheese and milk. They shared pies. They brought books from the library. And the whole village loved to take care of the baby. People almost lined up to rock Eileen in their arms. "We'll spoil her so much, she'll go from one pair of arms to another," Thea laughed.
"Well, let her. We haven't had such a little one in the village for a long time, so we're happy."
Mrs. MacDonald smiled in response. A month later, wanting to repay the villagers for their care, Thea rolled up her sleeves, hid her hair in a bun, and prepared wonderful desserts. And since then, Thea has been baking cakes for the birthdays of the local elderly, becoming their main pastry chef. She even taught them how to make wonderful cream flowers and patterns, showing them how to work with chocolate or fondant. They considered Thea a magician, but the woman knew that the villagers had done much more magical things for her. They had become her family. Summer came. Strawberries appeared in the gardens. Bright and juicy, they beckoned Thea to culinary feats. But she kept thinking about Ian, the person with whom she was connected by a strawberry cupcake. Thea hesitated to start working for a long time. And then, as if something drew her to the table, she kneaded the dough in the morning, baked strawberry cupcakes in her new oven, and gave them to her neighbours. Thea was expecting Mrs. and Mr. MacDonald for lunch. Mrs. MacDonald arrived on time, but Mr. MacDonald was delayed in the forest.
He went for mushrooms, although he's been wandering for a long time,
his wife explained, entering the house and immediately picking up Eileen, whom she already considered her granddaughter. However, Mr. MacDonald returned, not with chanterelles or porcini mushrooms, but with an unexpected guest. Thea heard astonished voices in the hallway, but she was still busy in the kitchen working on the soup.
"Good heavens, who is this with you? Is he drunk or something?"
Mrs. MacDonald asked her husband.
"No, he's sober. What did you do to him? You didn't hit him, did you?"
his wife asked, even more frightened. From her voice, it was not clear whether she was planning to call the police or hide her husband in the cellar with the potatoes.
"Oh, come on, he's alive. You won't believe it. I found him in the forest. He got lost, the young man. He was looking for our local cemetery. I asked him to sit down and rest with me. No one will run away from you from the cemetery. Those who need to wait will, right? And he was reluctant at first, hurried. Then I gave him the cupcake that Thea gave me, and he took a bite, turned red, turned pale. He said he had a bad allergy to strawberries, but he really took only a small bite. So I took him by the shoulders and brought him here. And he's like in a daze, asking where I got the cupcake. He said he only ate such cupcakes once in his life."
Thea, feeling a surge of curiosity and a strange pang in her side, wiped her hands on a towel and stepped out of the kitchen. In her living room, the elderly couple had seated a man. Mr. MacDonald was fanning the guest with a newspaper. Thea looked closer, and a frightened cry escaped her throat. The guest, who had just regained consciousness, let out a similar cry.
"Thea!"
Ian paled.
"No, it can't be. You were dead."
Ian stood up, gazing into the face of his beloved. He couldn't believe his eyes. Perhaps he had managed to indulge in more than just a cake in the forest. Perhaps he had sampled some mushrooms, and now he was seeing a phantom. Thea shook her head, trying to dispel the illusion. She too couldn't believe her eyes. Yes, Ian was pale, thin, and clearly hadn't had a haircut in a long time. His hair and beard had grown out, but it was him, definitely him. Perhaps her eyes might have deceived her, but her heart was pounding in her chest, reaching out to him. It did not lie. Thea wanted to rush into the man's arms, but she couldn't. Her legs felt like lead. Her head suddenly became heavy, and the world dimmed. She almost fainted, but Ian rushed forward just in time and embraced her.
Thea, it can't be,"
he murmured. He kissed her wet, hot face, pressed her to him. Sometimes he squeezed her shoulders so hard it hurt. But Thea did not complain, slowly coming to her senses. She did not complain about the pain in her heart, or that her hands were shaking, or that her chest was tight with excitement. She could endure it, just to prolong this moment. Like Ian, she feared only one thing, that she was merely dreaming. No, she feared waking up even more.
"It's you? Really you?" she whispered,
thinking her heart might stop at any moment. Then Eileen, who had been sleeping peacefully in Mrs. MacDonald's arms, woke up and started whimpering. Ian turned his head slowly and saw his daughter. They say men don't cry, but the sight of the little girl was the final straw. A tear slid down Ian's cheek, getting lost in his beard. This is our daughter. Her name is Eileen, just as you wanted, Thea whispered. Ian swallowed hard. He kissed Thea's forehead, then stood up and approached Mrs. MacDonald. With trembling hands, he took the child, pressing her to his chest. The child he had never hoped to see. Eileen immediately calmed down, grabbed her father's beard with her little fingers, and giggled. She was happy to meet him. It is true that the hidden always comes to light. Soon the truth was revealed. It turned out that Ian had survived the accident, but was severely injured. After surgery, he fell into a coma. The young man emerged from it 2 days later, and doctors soon diagnosed him with selective amnesia. He did not remember how he ended up in the hospital. He barely remembered the past year, and with it, Thea. His father took Ian to the capital, where the best doctors cared for him. But Mrs. Keller decided not to miss the opportunity. She sent Christine to her son, instructing her to care for the sick, nurse him back to health, make him fall in love with her. Soon, however, Ian's memory began to return in fragments. At first, he began to dream of a wonderful girl with grey eyes, dressed in a snow-white jacket. He dreamed of Paris, and one day he woke up in a sweat, having seen the accident in his dream. He remembered Thea, that she was carrying his daughter. Then Mrs. Keller told him a pre-prepared story. "Your fiancé and unborn child died in that accident. I have the police and medical reports," she cried, showing him fake documents. "We didn't tell you for your own good, Ian, because we were worried about your health. It was fragile. You were in a coma. Such a shock. You might not have survived it." Ian was horrified. He asked where his fiancé and daughter were buried, but his mother just shrugged. She claimed she had no idea. It wasn't their family, so it wasn't their responsibility to bury them. She also claimed that she had asked not to publish the news of the accident anywhere to avoid attracting attention to their family. Ian was not surprised by the secrecy. His mother had always been that way. Ian rushed to Thea's stepmother, but she drove him away. Mrs. Keller had paid her to keep quiet. The woman hoped that her son, realizing Thea was gone, would come to his senses. She thought he would notice Christine, who was always around him. She believed that Christine, who had appeared so conveniently, could mend his broken heart. But Ian was not interested in Christine. Ian's condition only worsened. Physically, he was healthy, but inside him, a fire seemed to have gone out. He became a recluse, forgot about work and himself. He didn't appear among friends, didn't go online on social networks. Later, his father, worried about his son, offered a solution. He advised Ian to find the grave and, by laying flowers, accept his loss. That's when he started looking for Thea's grave, but it's impossible to find something that doesn't exist. In the summer, he remembered the village and the house that belonged to Thea, and he found out that there was a cemetery nearby. But he decided to take a shortcut, turned the wrong way and got lost in the forest. Fortunately, the hapless traveller hadn't gone far. Mr. MacDonald, who was already hurrying home, found him. In the end, it turned out that in his search for his beloved grave, Ian found her, alive and well. He found her by following the crumbs of a strawberry cake, found her and never intended to let her go again. Ian and Thea got married in the summer, just as they had planned. Nothing could disrupt their plans, not even a fabricated death. The whole village was invited to the wedding, and everyone came. Mr. MacDonald brought his accordion to liven up the celebration, and Mrs. MacDonald personally baked a wedding loaf for the newlyweds. Ian broke off relations with his mother, unable to forgive such a cruel deception. His father again sided with his son. It turned out that the man knew nothing of his wife's scheme. The young family returned to the city in their lives. A couple of years later, Ian took over his father's company. When Eileen grew older, Thea was able to fulfill her dream and open her own pastry shop with wonderful desserts. But for a very long time, every summer, the family returned to the village. Mr. MacDonald took Eileen out on a new boat that Thea had given him, and Mrs. MacDonald cooked dumplings for her. Thea's New Year's wish did come true. She and Eileen were very happy, for they were surrounded by those who loved them.